Chapter 1087. Middle Divine Continent. Nighttime. In a huge valley. There was a large lake in the valley. Moonlight shone down on it. There were a dozen girls playing in the lake. They were only wearing undergarments and splashing water on each other. Hee hee, senior sister, look at the water. One of the girls shouted. Damn girl, are you looking for death? Look at the water. Ha ha ha. The girls were happily playing in the water. Lower your voice, this is the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan Academy. If the sect leader finds out, we'll be in trouble. One of the girls said. Senior sister, don't worry. It's because of the forbidden area that no one is here. One of the girls laughed. That's true. I don't know why, but no one is allowed to enter this area. One of the girls frowned. I know. It seems to be the burial place of the founder of the Kaiyuan Academy. So no one is allowed to disturb him. Then wouldn't it be blasphemous for us to bathe here? Ha, fourth sister, you're the one who thinks the most. So many of us are naked for the founder to see. Why would he think it's blasphemous? One of the girls laughed. Damn girl, you don't say anything nice. Hee hee. Look at the water. Ha. Look at the water. The 15 girls were having a great time, but they didn't know that in a distant forest. At this moment, they were hiding from a wretched fatty. Although they're a little ugly, I don't mind. Once the sky turns dark, isn't it the same? Besides, I don't want to look at their faces. Hee hee hee. The wretched fatty's eyes were wide open. The wretched fatty was Dongfang Zhenpai from the Julu Academy. Hiding in the forest, Dongfang Zhenpai's body trembled. His blood essence rushed to his brain, and his breathing became rapid. When a person's wretchedness reached a certain level, it was also a kind of realm. If this scene was known by the previous generations of the Julu Academy, who knows how many of them would be killed to make up for the guilt they felt towards their founder, Dongfang Bubi. The great scholars of the Julu Academy, couldn't they have some morals? Even if they were thirsty, they could go to a brothel in the mortal world. Was there a need to embarrass the Julu Academy here? Of course, Dongfang Zheng's sect, who was immersed in their wretched business, did not notice. Higher, higher. Dongfang Zhenpai shouted excitedly. Pu. A huge rock beneath Dongfang Zhenpai's feet suddenly rose a little. Dongfang Zhenpai was too engrossed and didn't notice anything amiss. Wow, good, good. Gigi, it would be even better if it was higher. Dongfang Zhenpai laughed wretchedly. The boulder beneath his feet suddenly expanded once more. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open under Dongfang Zhenpai's feet. Dongfang Zhenpai was blasted to the ground. What's going on? Dongfang Zhenpai turned to look. There was a big hole in the ground, and there seemed to be some orderly explosions around it. It was as if a formation had been opened from the inside of the ground. When the array was opened, Dongfang Zhenpai saw a huge tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, a skinny figure was standing there. He was dressed in green and seemed to be preparing to open the tomb. It was the divine sect's sacred ground, Renshin Palace Master, Renshu. Renshu had returned to his old profession of digging up ancestral tombs. Today, he finally found a huge tomb. This wasn't an ordinary tomb. It was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the founding origin sect. There must be treasures inside. However, Renshu didn't expect that when he broke open the restriction, there would be a fatty standing beside him. Oh, you're a tomb raider. Dongfang Zhenpai's eyes lit up. Renshu's expression changed. He even had the intention to kill. I recognize you. You're Renshu of the Archaean sect's holy land. Dongfang Zhenpai shouted. Renshu's expression froze. Who are you? Renshu asked worriedly. I didn't expect that the dignified palace master of the Archaean sect's holy land would do such a thing. Digging up someone's tomb is too immoral. You don't even let off a dead person. Dongfang Zhenpai immediately stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded. Ren Shu's expression froze. After all, Dongfang Zhenpai had been trained by Immortal Meng Lingtian for many years. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the first level of the upper void stage. Ren Shu naturally couldn't see through Dongfang Zhenpai's cultivation. Moreover, the person in front of him even said his name. This caused the originally timid Ren Shu to become nervous. I'm Julu Academy's great scholar, Dongfang Zhenpai. Palace Master Ren, you're really immoral. You don't even let off a dead person's belongings. Dongfang Zhenpai continued. Dongfang Zhenpai. Ren Shu immediately reacted. Although he had heard of this name, he had never seen Dongfang Zhenpai before. What do you want? Ren Shu asked in a deep voice. Ren Shu hated encountering such self-righteous scholars. They only talked about benevolence and righteousness all day long. Dealing with them was like facing tens of thousands of flies. It was too annoying. Dongfang Zhenpai looked at the tomb behind Ren Shu and took a deep breath. It's fate that we met. You and I will split it in half. Half. Ren Shu was stunned when he heard Dongfang Zhenpai's words. The difference was too great. If you don't give it to me, I'll inform Kai Yuan sect that you dug up their ancestral tomb and let the entire Kai Yuan sect hunt you down. Dongfang Zhenpai continued. Shameless. Ren Shu said hatefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Dongfang Zhenpai glared at him. One fat and one skinny, the two of them glared at each other. All right, half each. Ren Shu said helplessly. Brother Ren, you're really talented. Meeting you today is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a fat face. Ren Shu's face twitched. He didn't look at the almanac when he went out. It seemed like he had met someone who was even more shameless than him. How dare you, pervert! Give me your life. A woman's shout suddenly came from the lake. The loud sound just now made the 15 women realize that something bad was going to happen. Senior sister, there's someone here. Not good, there's a pervert. Quick, put on your clothes. The group of women quickly put on their clothes. Because of this, they were delayed for a while. During this period of time, the 2 perverted men reached an extremely shameless deal. After the 15 women put on their clothes, they immediately rushed over with a murderous look on their faces. Insolent pervert, hand over your life. A woman shouted angrily. Dongfang Zhenpai and Ninth Rat looked at each other. Ninth Rat immediately waved his hand, and the soil on the ground quickly rolled over, covering the tomb in an instant. Who? A group of women instantly rushed forward. Dongfang Zhenpai panicked, but he quickly calmed down. The wretched smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely righteous expression. How dare you? Shameless bastard. In broad daylight, no, in the dark, you dare to defile the fairies? Dongfang Zhenpai glared and shouted righteously. In the distance, the woman charging forward suddenly paused when she saw the 2 people. One was fat and the other was thin. The 2 of them seemed to be in a confrontation. Although the fat one had a face full of meat, there was an aura of righteousness around him. As for Ninth Rat, its mouth was wide open as it looked at Dongfang Zhenpai in shock. Fairy? Ninth Rat looked at the group of aggressive women flying over. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to be fairies. The fairies weren't the key. The key was that Dongfang Zhenpai's attitude suddenly changed. What was going on? Shameless bastard, are you the one who peeped on us sisters bathing? The woman in the lead suddenly shouted angrily at Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat's face stiffened. Peeped on them bathing? Dongfang Zhenpai once again said, shifty eyes, one look and I can tell that you're not a good person. So you were peeping on the fairies bathing? Despicable. Shifty eyes? When the women saw that ninth rat indeed had shifty eyes, they immediately believed that ninth rat was a pervert. After all, ninth rat was a rat demon, and he had shifty eyes. You're bullshitting. Ninth rat immediately shouted. Ninth rat understood that he had been slandered by Dongfang Zhenpai in front of him. And it was hard to defend himself. Fatty, who are you? Why are you here? Another woman asked suspiciously. Fairies, I am Dongfang Zhenpai, the most upright scholar of Julu Academy. My chest is full of righteousness, and I walk the world to temper my righteous heart. This time, I came to the Kai Yuan sect to travel and accidentally entered this place. I didn't expect to suddenly see a shifty-eyed person sneaking around. When I saw his expression, I knew that he was up to no good, so I used my art to blow up this place. I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched and despicable person in this world, who actually dared to peep on the fairies. Dongfang Zhenpai looked at ninth rat with hatred. Ninth rat. He was already considered shameless, but there was actually someone even more shameless than him in front of him. So that's how it is, pervert, die. A woman immediately rushed over with her sword. It's not me, I didn't, it's him. Ninth rat naturally didn't want to bear this burden. If it was a group of beautiful women in front of him, then he would let it go. But this group of strange people in front of him, was it worth it for him to peep? The woman who was rushing towards ninth rat paused and looked at Dongfang Zhenpai. Dongfang Zhenpai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, public morals are degenerating day by day. These fairies are as beautiful as fairies. Actually, if you really admire them, it's pardonable that you admit your mistake now. Who hasn't been young before? But you. Dongfang Zhenpai's expression was one of disappointment. When the women heard that Dongfang Zhenpai was as beautiful as fairies, their anger dissipated a lot. Some of them were even smug. After all, no man had ever praised them like this before. Ninth rat couldn't take it anymore. Are you blind? How can these ugly things be as beautiful as fairies? Ninth rat pointed at Dongfang Zhenpai and exclaimed. First senior sister. Second senior sister. Third senior sister. All the hatred had been transferred from Dongfang Zhenpai to ninth rat. Next, ninth rat witnessed what it meant by, there is no most shameless, only more shameless. 2 hours later, the group of women flew away with ninth rat's compensation and spirit stones in their hands, venting their anger. Ninth rat and Dongfang Zhenpai looked at each other in dismay. Dongfang Zhenpai, you. Ninth rat said with sorrow and hatred. Ha, Hall Master Ren, don't think about those unhappy things. Let's continue to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a smile. Ninth rat felt bitter. No, half of the compensation I gave you just now will be yours. Ninth rat immediately shouted. Huh? Mine? What apology? Hall Master Ren, let's open the tomb first. Dongfang Zhenpai changed the topic. Then let's split the loot. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Ninth rat shouted. No, we agreed to take half. Dongfang Zhenpai immediately argued. The two of them continued to squabble for a while, and ninth rat could only admit defeat. When the two of them were about to open the tomb, Dongfang Zhenpai suddenly asked, Brother Ren, I'm curious. Don't you blame me at all? Ninth rat rolled his eyes and said, blame you? What's the use of blaming you? Who asked you to be more shameless than me? Dongfang Zhenpai grinned as if ninth rat was praising him. I've learned something new today. I haven't trained my face to be thick enough yet. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll be more shameless than you and get back at you for what you did today. Ninth rat said with hatred. Ha, I'm ashamed. Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. The two of them stopped talking and continued to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhenpai suddenly took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was emitting a green light. There was a rat head on one side and ninth rat's face on the other. Found it? Ha! Dongfang Zhenpai shouted excitedly. Chapter 1088. Beijing. Yan Chuan was about to leave with Wang Jian, Li Si, Zizi, and Miao. In the distance, Lu Gang quickly ran over. Your Majesty, there is news from the Eastern Orthodox sect. Lu Gang reported. Oh? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. Dongfang Zheng's sect found a factory guard in a city and told him that they found a person with a jade pendant reaction, Renshu. Lu Gang said. Renshu? Ancient demon god bloodline? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. The surrounding officials also came to their senses. Evidently, Dezhen had its own information system. It had a record of all the powerhouses in the world. It's actually him. Yin Hentian frowned. Did he say where ninth rat is? Yan Chuan asked. He did. He said that he's with ninth rat right now and is doing something big. Maybe he'll go to Divine Sect Sacred Lands soon. Lu Gang said. Something big? Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. What did the two of them want to do? Since we're going to the Divine Sect's sacred ground, that's great. Let's go now. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, take care, the official said. Yan Chuan nodded. Taking Zizi, Wang Jian, Li Si, and Miao with him, he soared into the sky and stepped onto a gigantic flying ship, flying towards the west at high speed. Central Divine Continent, in a valley. Brother Ren, your ability to dig holes is unparalleled in the world. Dongfang Zhenpai praised. It's not bad to use your overwhelming righteous energy to break the formation. Ninth Rat said indifferently. Ha, you're flattering me. However, don't you feel guilty about robbing tombs? Dongfang Zhenpai asked. Guilt? They're dead, and I'm helping them develop their magical equipment. Why would I feel guilty? Don't tell me you have it. Ren Rat was puzzled. Why would I have it? Sure enough, it was more exciting than peeking at a girl bathing. Let's go, we'll continue digging up the Tristar sect's ancestral grave. I didn't say I would bring you. It's alright, I don't mind. I mind. You'll get used to it after a while. Let's go, don't be shy. The two figures, one fat and one thin, slowly disappeared from the valley. It was rare for the two of them to meet people who shared similar tastes, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Moreover, they could sharpen each other's faces and prove the great Tao of shamelessness. Why not? Central Divine Continent. At this moment, he had become the focus of all the heroes in the world. Great Zhen, the Great Buddha, and even the sect masters of the Central Divine Continent were all staring intently at the Archaean sacred ground. Great Immortal Gongyang Taolu had been in seclusion for many years. Anyone could guess that his next target would definitely be the Divine Sect's sacred grounds. Because, in the current world, only these three places ruled the world. He had suffered at the hands of Great Buddha and Great Zhen, so he was only left with Divine Sect and sacred grounds. Could the Archaean Sect's sacred ground withstand an attack from a Great Immortal? While the experts of the outside world were paying attention, the cultivators of the Archaean Sect's holy land were also feeling extremely pressured. Divine Sect sacred grounds. Meng Hongying held a letter in her hand. A man was standing in front of him. Meng Hongying squinted her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a Baihu of the Great Jin Dynasty's guards." This letter was sent by the emperor, and was personally delivered by the Great Jin Dynasty's empress. If I hand it over to the saintess, then my mission is complete. Farewell. The man left. Meng Hongying opened the letter and read it. After reading for a while, Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. The Great Immortal is nearby and he wants me to leave. How can I leave? Meng Hongying kept the letter and looked to the east. Zizi, it is your fortune to be able to leave the Archaean sacred ground. The divine world is too complicated. Shaking her head, Meng Hongying kept the letter and flew to the divine world. A large number of cultivators and disciples were guarding the entrance of the divine world. No one stopped Meng Hongying when she entered. The interior was like a small world. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, but there was no sun, moon, or stars. At a glance, there were vast mountains and rivers. In the distance, there was a place covered in purple clouds. Meng Hongying quickly flew over. Soon, she arrived at a large mountain. No one was allowed to approach the mountain. This was where the divine world was located. The ancestral mountain of the gods. Grandfather must be here. Meng Hongying took a deep breath and said, "Grandfather." Meng Hongying called out. Rumble. A cave slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Meng Sansheng frowned slightly and walked out with a huge purple gourd on his back. Meng Sansheng looked a little impatient. "Hongying, what are you doing here?" Meng Sansheng asked. "Grandfather, ZZ just sent me a letter. She said that Gongyang Tao Lu has arrived near the Archaean sacred ground." Meng Hongying frowned. "He's already here." Meng Sansheng raised an eyebrow. "Grandfather, what should we do now?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and shook his head. "I know." "Oh." Meng Hongying nodded. "Are there any other factions that are dissatisfied?" Meng Sansheng asked. "The other factions are fine. They are all of the gods' bloodline and will advance and retreat together with the Archaean sacred ground. However, it is different for the outsiders. I have already noticed some of the 10 palace masters are disloyal." Meng Hongying said worriedly. "Disloyal? Humph, disloyal to the Archaean sacred ground will only lead to death. Deal with them as you see fit." Meng Sansheng said. "Yes. Go." Meng Hongying nodded and left. Meng Sansheng watched Meng Hongying leave and took a deep breath. Meng Sansheng slowly walked back into the cave. Rumble. The entrance of the cave slowly closed. Inside. There was a huge space inside. The interior space had a large number of balconies. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on each balcony. There were both men and women, 71 in total. There were 6 leaders based on the space they occupied. 6 men in Taoist robes sat on the highest balcony. There was a huge gourd beside each of them. The shape of the gourd was exactly the same as Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd. It looked like it grew out of a vine. There were a total of 7 gourds including Meng Sansheng's gourd. The only difference was the color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors, 7 different gourds. Meng Sansheng stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd said, "Meng Sansheng, what's wrong? A great immortal might be invading our divine sect's sacred ground." Meng Sansheng frowned. "Great immortal? Humph, when our divine race dominated the world, even the saints retreated. How dare a little great immortal bully us?" The cultivator holding the orange gourd said coldly. "Ever since our divine race reappeared, we have been hiding here. We wanted peace and quiet to unlock all the seals. I didn't expect there to be no peace here." The cultivator holding the yellow gourd said with a sigh. At this time, the cultivator holding the red gourd said, "There's no need to say anymore. The next seal is about to be unlocked. Everyone, do your best." "Yes." Everyone answered. Including Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng flew to the highest balcony and looked at the center of the space. There was a huge egg that was 3 zhang tall. The huge egg had 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. However, there seemed to be a large number of chain patterns on the egg. It seemed to be locked by the chains. Walala. Suddenly, one of the chain patterns floated up. Good, another chain seal has been unlocked. Destroy it, and the power of our divine race will be unlocked. Everyone, do your best. The cultivator holding the red gourd said in a deep voice. Okay. The 72 elites activated their power almost at the same time and charged at the chains surrounding the huge egg. Boom! The chains shook when they charged at them with all their might. Everyone continued to exert their power. Finally, after 3 days. Bang! The chains that floated out of the ground exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! The 7-colored huge egg suddenly shot out billions of rays of light toward the 72 elites. The rays of light entered their bodies. It seemed to be unlocking some kind of seal in their bodies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the seals breaking could be heard from their bodies. Almost everyone closed their eyes in excitement. Another seal. Another seal has been unlocked. A cultivator said excitedly. Countless voices of excitement could be heard in the entire cave. In the outside world, Meng Hongying was confronting a black-robed man. There seemed to be a large number of elites behind each of them. Evernight God Palace Master, are you thinking of betraying the sect? Meng Hongying's face darkened. Haha, little girl Meng Hongying, the great immortal is about to attack, and the sacred ground of the divine race is about to be destroyed. What's wrong with us finding a way out? The black-robed Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. The sacred leader has ordered that those who betray the sect will be killed. Meng Hongying said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the Evernight God Palace Master. Ha ha ha, little girl, your cultivation is only at the middle void realm. What can you do to me? Get lost if you don't want to die. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Meng Hongying wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled. Crack, 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 crack. Something in Meng Hongying's body seemed to have broken. Many of the elites behind Meng Hongying also trembled like Meng Hongying. Bang! Meng Hongying's aura suddenly shot up. Rumble. A large number of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is here. Someone exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the sky and said with a hint of joy, ha ha ha, grandfather has succeeded. What's going on? The Evernight God Palace Master asked curiously. Why did some of the people in front of him have a sudden surge in their strength? Meng Hongying is only at the 5th level middle void realm, right? Why did her cultivation suddenly increase by so much? Is she undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Everyone, listen up. Don't let any of these traitors go. I'll deal with them after I'm done with the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The other palace masters responded. At this moment, many cultivators were undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the divine sect Saint Land. Some of them knew the reason for the sudden increase in their cultivation while others did not. Meng Hongying happened to be one of them. Meng Hongying knew that the God clan's bloodline contained a vast power. The power was hidden in the bloodline. Originally, the God clan did not need to cultivate. As long as they grew, their power would be released continuously. However, for some reason, it was sealed. Her grandfather was working hard to break the seal layer by layer. Every time the seal was broken, the entire clan would benefit. The cultivators in the divine sect Saint Land were in chaos. Not far away from the divine sect Saint Land, there was a huge manor. Gongyang Taolu could not wait any longer. It's been 5 years, and this is all the news from the divine sect Saint Land? Forget it, let's go. We'll conquer the divine sect Saint Land first before we conquer the world. Gongyang Taolu said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of immortals responded. Under Gongyang Taolu's lead, they walked toward the divine sect Saint Land. Chapter 1089. Henyes the god tribe heavenly tribulation descended. The members of the god tribe, like Meng Hongying, instantly felt their cultivation level increase. They unlocked a layer of the seal and awakened a portion of their bloodline power. In short, they had all awakened. The members of the god tribe left quickly, leaving behind a chaotic holy ground. Get lost. Meng Hongying and the rest have left. Do you still want to stop us? The Einherjar Hall Master scolded angrily. At this moment, the two sides were still facing each other. Some of the 10 deities' halls were loyal to the holy ground. Einherjar Hall Master, Jishan Hall Master, Gungshan Hall Master, Xianshan Hall Master, and Saintis Hongying have instructed that no one is allowed to leave. Wait for Saintis Hongying to return. A green-robed elder said coldly. The green-robed elder was the leader of the disciples who were loyal to the holy ground. First Divine Hall Master. Humph, Meng Hongying is only a saintess. What is he? The rest are not around. Do you think you can stop the 4 of us? The Einherjar Hall Master said coldly. At this moment, the number of experts behind the Einherjar Hall Master was several times more than the first Divine Hall Master. The first Divine Hall Master's face darkened. The Sacred Master has instructed us to listen to Saintis Hongying when he is not around. If you continue to resist, I will take action. Ha ha ha, First Divine Hall Master, you are muddle-headed. Humph, since you are not giving in, don't blame us. Jishan Hall Master, Xianshan, let's attack together. The Einherjar Hall Master said. Okay. The other 3 Hall Masters shouted. As they spoke, the 4 Hall Masters attacked the first Divine Hall Master almost simultaneously. Oh no! The first Divine Hall Master's face changed and he could only block them. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding palaces were overturned. Bam! Pft! The first Divine Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Hall Master! The Jiaohu Hall Master, however, the Einherjar Hall Master sneered. Everyone, the holy ground of the holy ground is about to be exterminated. If you want to leave with me, do it now. The great Immortal Hall Master. No one can stop him. If you stay here, you will be killed, the Einherjar Hall Master said. The Einherjar Hall Master, the holy ground of the holy ground's disciples. Just as everyone was hesitating, an evil voice suddenly sounded out. Ha 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 ha, there's actually a traitor in the divine sect Sacred Grounds? Back then, the person who fawned over the divine sect Sacred Ground the most was the Evernight God Palace Master. Who is it? The Ether Palace Master's expression changed. Anyone could tell that this voice was trying to provoke the Evernight God Palace Master and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a fair-faced youth standing on a large rock in the distance. The corner of the young man's mouth had a trace of evil intent, and his eyes were filled with wanton insolence. With a fan in his hand, he looked at the crowd with a sinister expression. Who are you? It's you, proud heaven's holy son. You're not dead yet. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Proud heaven's holy son. The son of 10th God Palace Lord Kong Xianshui. Back then, Kong Xianshui stole Jing Ting's great suppressing world steel and was killed by Jing Ting from millions of miles away. However, his son escaped. Kong Outyan, he's still alive. Someone exclaimed. It's you. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Kong Outyan smiled and patted the fan in his hand. He said indifferently, Martial uncles, what are you doing? The Evernight God Palace Master narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Outyan, when your father was still alive, we still gave him some face. What are you trying to do now? Do you think a piece of trash like you can stop us? Kong Outyan smiled and said, what am I trying to do? After all, I'm a member of the 10th God Palace. I've returned to take over the 10th God Palace. As for you, the merit of taking over the 10th God Palace will be yours. Ha ha ha, trash. You're courting death. The Evernight God Palace Master sneered and attacked Kong Outyen with his palm. Kong Outyen smiled and his eyes turned cold. He waved the fan in his hand at the Evernight God Palace Master. Bang! The Evernight God Palace Master was suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Crash! As the mountain rocks slid down, everyone suddenly revealed a blank expression. What was going on? They did not see Kong Outyen attack. Why was the Evernight God Palace Master suddenly sent flying? What kind of technique was that? Why was it so silent that no one could see it clearly? Everyone was shocked. Cough! 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 You! The Evernight God Palace Master said in shock while coughing blood. Kong Outyen said coldly, trash. In this world, other than my father, no one has the right to call me trash. Even my father did not say that. How dare you? The faces of Ji, Gung, and the other 3 Evernight God Palace Masters darkened. Let's attack together. One of them shouted. Okay. The 3 of them slashed their swords at Kong Outyen almost at the same time. Kong Outyen smiled coldly and said, freeze. He pointed his fan at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them froze in the air. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. How is that possible? The 4 Evernight God Palace Masters are all at the upper void stage. They are all at the upper void stage. Outyen, the Holy Sun, has returned. How did he become so terrifying? What kind of technique did he use? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared behind Kong Outyen. These cultivators were the former members of the Evernight God Palace. When Kong Xianxue died, they were in charge of protecting Kong Outyen. Now, they had all returned. Tie them all up. Kong Outyen said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of Evernight God Palace experts replied. Soon, all the experts were tied up. At this moment, the entire square was silent as everyone looked at Kong Outyen. No one knew where Kong Outyen had been for the past few hundred years, and no one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter Kong Outyen had. However, everyone could see that Kong Outyen had returned with great strength. In a manor near the Archaean sect's holy land. At the center of the manor, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. Yan Chuan, Zizi, Ren Shu, and Dongfang Zhenpai. Zizi poured tea for the 3 of them. Other than Yan Chuan, Dongfang Zhenpai and Ren Shu were nervous. After all, although Zizi was a heavenly beauty, the curse that she carried with her was still something that the 2 of them were afraid of. They had no choice but to be afraid. If they got close to Zizi, they would be unlucky for no reason. Who wouldn't be afraid? Ren Shu looked at Dongfang Zhenpai, speechless. Brother Dongfang, are you doing this on purpose? Ren Shu said unhappily. Brother Ren, you're too polite. I'm doing this for your own good. Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Hypocrite. Ren Shu said unhappily. I'm embarrassed to receive such praise from Brother Ren. Dongfang Zhenpai said proudly. Ren Shu. Brother Ren, what do you think? I'll find a chance to cheat you. Ren Shu said straightforwardly. Dongfang Zhenpai. The 2 of them cursed for a while before stopping. Yan Chuan was drinking tea while waiting. In the end, after a long time, no one could scold the other. Ren Shu could only look at Yan Chuan. Yan Di, thank you for your kindness. The sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty. Ha ha ha, I don't dare. Ren Shu refused. Why don't you dare? I won't restrict your freedom. You can see that I don't worship you. Do you want to share Dajin's fate with me? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Yan Di, you don't know. If it weren't for the promise, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I like freedom, freedom without any worries. Ren Shu shook his head. Freedom. When the lotus god comes, the entire world will fall into chaos. How can you be free? You won't be free even in the immortal world. Yan Chuan shook his head. No, I'm just like that. I don't like any worries. I live to be free. We'll talk about the future in the future. Ren Shu immediately refused. Yan Chuan frowned. Dongfang Zhenpai said, Brother Ren, are you stupid? Forget it. Even if you don't want to be the sovereign beast of the Dajin Heavenly Dynasty, how about you be my subordinate and join the Foreign Affairs Department? I'll take care of you. Foreign Affairs Department? How many people do you have? Ren Shu was stunned. Including you, I have 2. Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Ren Shu. Ren Shu refused again and again. Have you ever thought that when you're out there, you'll be alone? Although you'll be free, you'll often have no choice. Yan Chuan smiled. Ren Shu was stunned. Dajin Heavenly Dynasty sincerely wants to form an alliance with you. We won't interfere with anything you do. Moreover, when you're alone, Dajin Heavenly Dynasty will stand up and help you solve everything. It may seem like a worry, but it's more free and unfettered than you think. Yan Chuan persuaded again. Ren Shu frowned deeply. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Ren Shu's brows relaxed. He sighed and said, I admit that what you said is reasonable, Yan Di. However, I don't think I've encountered such a situation. Let's talk about it when I encounter it in the future. Okay, then we'll wait for you to encounter trouble. Yan Chuan nodded and did not continue to pester him. Thank you for your understanding, Yan Di. Ren Shu said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, ZZ's brows suddenly twitched. Ka. It was as if a seal within ZZ's body had been unlocked. Boom. ZZ's aura suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? Everyone looked at ZZ in confusion. ZZ closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then shook her head, I don't know. My strength has skyrocketed. Whoosh. A stream of light shot over from afar. It was Wang Jian, who had quickly arrived. Your Majesty, a large number of tribulations have occurred in the Archaean sect's sacred ground. Many people are undergoing tribulations. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Let's go. To the Archaean sect's sacred ground. Yan Chuan said. Everyone nodded. Not long after, Gong Yang Taoyi led the group of immortals to the Archaean sect's sacred ground. He stood in the sky and coldly looked at the sky full of merits. After Kong Outyan's intervention, the Archaean sect's sacred ground's internal strife had been quelled. Almost all the tribulations had ended. Meng Hongying was once again in charge of the situation. Although Meng Hongying was surprised by Kong Outyan's strange behavior, she was more concerned about the 80 immortals in the sky. What's supposed to come has finally come. Meng Hongying said with a serious expression. Chapter 1090. What's supposed to come has finally come. Meng Hongying said solemnly. With Meng Hongying as the leader, all the disciples of the Archaean sacred ground looked solemn. They surrounded the entrance of the divine world, as if to protect it from being destroyed. Kong Outyan held a folding fan and gently patted it in his hand. He looked up at the group of immortals in the sky. There was no nervousness or fear in Kong Outyan's eyes. There was only a trace of disdain and evil laughter. In the sky. Gong Yang Taolu squinted his eyes as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the distance. What a coincidence, there are 20 people undergoing tribulation at this time. Gong Yang Taolu said with a strange tone. 20. Gong Yang Taolu was a little late. Otherwise, he would have seen 1,000 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. He looked at the virtuous cloud. Gong Yang Taolu turned to look at the divine world below. Divine world? Someone has opened up a world in this world. Even heavenly immortals can't do it. It seems like this world was created by some treasure. Gong Yang Taolu said. Then, Gong Yang Taolu looked at Meng Hongying. Little girl. Where's Meng Sansheng? Gong Yang Taolu asked. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Meng Hongying from the Archaean sacred ground. May I know why you're here? Meng Hongying said solemnly. Meng Hongying was stalling for time. Since Meng Sansheng had not come out, he must have been delayed. Every second counts. Gong Yang Taolu sneered, little girl, you don't have the right to speak here. Ask Meng Sansheng to come out and see me. The 80 immortals looked down at the ground. The sacred master is delayed by something. He'll be here soon. Great immortal Gong Yang, the sacred master has instructed me to take charge of the Archaean sacred ground. May I know what orders you have? Meng Hongying said politely. Gong Yang Taolu sneered. Meng Sansheng, hiding in the shadows. You don't dare to come out even now. Gong Yang Taolu said coldly. Senior, please speak your mind. I'll do my best to complete it. Meng Hongying said. Complete it? Ha ha ha, I want your entire divine sect sacred ground to submit. Can you make the decision? Gong Yang Taolu's eyes narrowed. Senior, your request is too much. Meng Hongying shook her head. Is it too much? Ha ha ha, since Meng Sansheng wants to be a coward, then I'll kill all of you first. I want to see how long this coward is going to hide. Gong Yang Taolu shouted coldly. Activate the formation. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Boom. 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 At the entrance of the realm of the gods, arrays of different colors suddenly appeared. They seemed to form barriers to protect the central entrance of the realm of the gods. Humph. Gong Yang Taolu coldly snorted. He waved his hand. The airflow in the void seemed to move along with it. Suddenly, dragon-shaped winds howled and crashed into the formation. Arg! 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 Streams of wind dragons charged towards the formation, bringing with them a huge amount of evil chi. Boom! The great formation shattered, and the surrounding mountains and palaces were razed to the ground. Only the last layer of the formation managed to withstand the attack. However, it still shattered in the end. It shattered with the wind. Meng Hongying and the others' expressions changed. Although they had all gone through their tribulations, they were still far from being comparable to Gong Yang Taolu. There were even dozens of immortals behind him. Ha ha ha, little girl, are you still going to show off? Gong Yang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Meng Hongying bit her lips, feeling anxious. The surrounding disciples of the divine sect sacred ground did not know how to defend themselves. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ha ha ha, great immortal, Gong Yang Taolu. Do you only know how to bully women? Yan Chuan's voice suddenly came from afar. Gong Yang Taolu's expression darkened. He turned around. He saw Yan Chuan, Li Si, Wang Jian, Zizi, Ren Shu, and Dongfang Zhenpai flying over. Zizi was still holding Miao in her arms. Yan Chuan led the way, while the rest stood behind him. Ren Shu quickly flew to the entrance of the realm of the gods. He stood beside the divine sect sacred ground. The others stood behind Yan Chuan and looked at Gong Yang Taolu with Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes. Gong Yang Taolu also raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. Of course, he was most concerned about Miao in Zizi's arms. Yan Chuan. Gong Yang Taolu said coldly. Below, Meng Hongying's expression changed. When she saw Yan Chuan coming over, her eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other hand, Kong Outyan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zizi. Zizi. Kong Outyan whispered to himself. Father, I was against it back then. I didn't understand why you kept forcing me to marry ZZ. I was unfilial and did not understand your good intentions. However, I understand now. ZZ. She's destined to be mine. I must have her. Father, if you're watching from the heavens, then just watch. I'm back. I'll take back everything that you threw away back then. I'll take back everything. Let's start with ZZ. Haha, although she's been the Empress of Great Zhen for hundreds of years, she's still a virgin. Haha, Yan Chuan, seeing that ZZ is still a virgin, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyan clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with determination. In the air, Gongyang Taoyu's expression changed. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Yan Chuan was relying on to actually dare to challenge him. If he was arrogant, then the cat's howl was still vivid in his mind. If he was really strong, then why was he still immortal? Yan Chuan, this isn't the East Divine Continent. I didn't make things difficult for Great Zhen. Are you trying to interfere? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. This was also Gongyang Taoyu's warning. Don't look for trouble. Yan Chuan smiled. This is indeed not Great Zhen. However, this is the sealed world. This is the world of the sealed world. You're just an outsider. If you want to steal the world, then all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Ha ha ha, all the heroes in the world have to reject you? Who else besides you? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Me too. Another voice came from afar. Whoosh! It was Kong Daoqiu. He was flying over quickly with 4 immortals draped in light. Whoosh! The 5 of them stopped, creating a hurricane. You are Kong Daoqiu. What are you doing here? Gongyang Taolu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Gongyang Taolu suddenly couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. What did it have to do with them attacking the Archaean sacred ground? Weren't they enemies? Why were they helping? We're here to share the Archaean sacred ground's troubles. Kong Daoqiu sneered. Patriarch Kong, Meng Hongying, substitute sacred leader, thank you for your help. Meng Hongying said solemnly. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motives were, he was here to help Gongyang Taolu. It was better to provide help at this critical moment than to add flowers to brocade. Ha 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 ha, Kong Daoqiu, I've seen your information. You're only an Earth Immortal. You only became an Earth Immortal 100 years ago. With your strength, what can the 5 of you do? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. I, Kong Daoqiu, may not be talented, but I know that sometimes, I have to do something. Kong Daoqiu sneered. It wasn't that Kong Daoqiu was an idiot, but rather that he had seen something even more profound. Earlier, he had seen the tribulation of 1,000 cultivators, and knew that the God world had undergone heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Therefore, it was highly likely that Gongyang would return empty-handed this time. If he didn't show his stance now, he wouldn't have the chance later. Patriarch Kong. Although he was the patriarch, his status in the Kong family was far below that of the patriarch. Moreover, there was still the wastrel Kong Mok. If he wanted to stabilize the Kong family, he needed external help. Kong Daoqiu saw this opportunity and stepped forward bravely. Kong Daoqiu's appearance made Gongyang Taolu frustrated. At this moment, there were 2 other complicated looks. One of them was Yan Chuan. After all, Kong Daoqiu was Yan Chuan's grandfather. The other gaze belonged to Kong Outyan. Kong Outyan was still a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyan narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Daoqiu, frowning. The Kong family? Father, I see the Kong family again. One day, I will return to the Kong family in glory. I will make those who ridiculed you kneel in front of your coffin and repent. Kong Outyan said to himself. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were all staring coldly at Gongyang Taolu. Suddenly, Gongyang Taolu had a strange feeling. It was as if everyone in the sealed world was looking at him. After all, the three of them represented the 5 divine continents. If they all looked at Gongyang Taolu coldly, wouldn't they be targeted by the whole world? This invisible shackle made Gongyang Taolu worried. He even had the instinct to retreat. However, Gongyang Taolu was a great deity. How could he be frightened by others? He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura. I don't care what your attitude is. Today, I will destroy the divine world. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Gongyang Taolu yelled. Gongyang Taolu took out a long sword with a proud and murderous look. Just as Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were about to attack, a figure stepped out from the entrance of the divine world. Destroy the divine world? You are courting death. There was a hint of coldness in the voice. It was Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. His forehead was slightly protruding, and his eyes were like 2 swords. They were filled with murderous intent. Yan Chuan looked again and found that the purple gourd was surrounded by a dense purple aura. It was even more mysterious. You are Meng Sansheng. Ha, you finally came out. I am Gongyang Taolu. I order you. Gongyang Taolu said coldly. However, Meng Sansheng did not seem to hear him. He just sneered. Treasure, please. Whoosh. The Hong Meng gourd suddenly shot up to the sky and opened its mouth at Gongyang Taolu. Suck. Ha, with this trash Dharma treasure, you want to. Gongyang Taolu sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh. Gongyang Taolu was sucked in by an irresistible force. The 80 deities were all shocked. However, the suction force was so strong that the 80 deities could not resist it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 80 deities were all sucked into the gourd. All the deities were sucked in an instant. Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Outyen, and Meng Hongying were all shocked by this scene. They could not react in time. Was this real? How was this possible? Gongyang Taolu was a great deity. Even the weakest great deity was still a great deity. At the same time, at the entrance of the sealed realm in the immortal realm. In a hall guarded by Daki guards. There was a jade pendant in the hall. Boom! The jade pendant exploded. The guards in the main hall were inexplicably shocked. Gongyang Taolu, Master Gongyang is dead. How is this possible? What did he encounter? What is so terrifying about the sealed realm? Quick, report to the Sage King. Chapter 1091. At the entrance of the divine world. The Hong Meng gourd spun slowly in the air, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Gongyang Taolu was a great immortal and 80 immortals, but they were all absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd. Yan Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Kong Outyen narrowed their eyes as a hint of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Buzz! The Hong Meng gourd shook violently. It then slowly returned to Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng grabbed the Hong Meng gourd and shook it. Shaking the Hong Meng gourd, Meng Sansheng looked at the people around him. Yan Chuan. Kong Daoqiu. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said. This holy lord is grateful for your help. You're too polite, sacred Lord Meng. Even if we didn't help, sacred Lord Meng would still be able to deal with those immortals. Kong Daoqiu smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan nodded and didn't bother with the formalities. Yan Chuan was more interested in the Hong Meng gourd. What kind of treasure was that? How did it become stronger? The first time he saw the Hong Meng gourd, even an upper void realm cultivator couldn't absorb it. The second time, it absorbed a heavenly immortal. This time, it even absorbed a great immortal. The Hong Meng gourd was getting stronger. After shaking it for a while, Meng Sansheng opened the gourd and inhaled a wisp of Hong Meng purple vapor. Meng Sansheng's aura surged. Sacred Lord, the Hong Meng gourd has evolved to the level of a great immortal artifact. It's an extremely powerful great immortal artifact. Li Si frowned. Great immortal artifact? ZZ asked curiously. I heard that the Hong Meng gourd can absorb any living being. It only needs to shake it 3 times to refine Hong Meng purple vapor. However, Meng Sansheng shook it more than 3 times. This means that the Hong Meng gourd has reached its limit. Li Si explained. Everyone nodded. If the Hong Meng gourd became stronger, would Meng Sansheng's strength increase as well? Kong Outyen looked at the Hong Meng gourd with greed in his eyes. After absorbing the purple Grand Mist aura, Meng Sansheng withdrew his aura and placed the Grand Mist gourd on his back. Even though the 3 great powers were at odds with each other, Meng Sansheng did not attack Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu. After all, they were here to help him. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked up at the virtuous cloud. Above the virtuous cloud, the Dream 3 Lives Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. All sects of the Central Divine Continent, listen up. I'll give you 1 year to hand over all your merit points. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Destroy. The virtuous Dharma idol also quickly repeated Meng Sansheng's words. At this moment, its voice swept across the entire Central Divine Continent. For a time, Meng Sansheng's domineering voice filled the entire Central Divine Continent. Hand over all his merit points. One had to know that when Jing Ting had taken the seal of the sealed world, he had only taken half of the merit points from all the sects in the world. But Meng Sansheng wanted to take all of it. All of them. That would require all the sects to give up everything. This was the extermination of a sect. Meng Sansheng was even more domineering than Jing Ting. In the sky, Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu narrowed their eyes. The 2 of them could see that the Archaean's sacred ground was no longer content to lie low. He had even greater ambitions. However, the 2 of them did not reveal their feelings. After Meng Sansheng finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu. Meng Hongying. Meng Sansheng said. Here. Help me receive them. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Meng Hongying nodded. Meng Sansheng then stepped into the divine world. He no longer cared about the others. He stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng immediately saw a man in a yellow Taoist robe walking over. The man in the yellow Taoist robe also had a huge gourd on his back, but this gourd was yellow. He was one of the 7 people who had been unsealed in the ancestral mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple gourds. The purple gourd was on Meng Sansheng's back, and the yellow gourd was on the man's back. The man in the yellow robe had a cold expression. Meng Sansheng's eyes were filled with hostility. Is it done? The man in the yellow robe asked. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly and said, the Hong Meng gourd was unsealed just in time. That great immortal is still the weakest great immortal. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Third brother, did Big Brother ask you to help me? Meng Sansheng smiled. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Big Brother was worried that you wouldn't be able to solve it, but it seems like he worried too much. Meng Sansheng smiled. Big Brother is just being cautious. My Hong Meng gourd is enough. Third brother's immortal beheading gourd is a waste of talent. What a pity. The man in the yellow robe sighed. Third brother, are you regretting that you didn't have a chance to test the immortal beheading gourd? Meng Sansheng smiled. Yes, I don't know how many gourds have been unsealed. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Meng Sansheng's face turned serious. There will be a chance. The divine race will have endless enemies to kill. Third brother, let's go back first. The man in the yellow robe nodded. The 2 of them returned to the ancestral mountain together. Outside the divine world. After Meng San Sheng's stunning performance, the disciples of the divine sex were all extremely excited. A great deity. A great deity was nothing. With the sacred leader, they were all finished. Meng Hongying slowly recovered from her shock and turned to look at the people in the sky. Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu's group were in the sky. Yan Chuan stopped Kong Daoqiu and stared at them with narrowed eyes. Yan Chuan, what are you trying to do? Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu held the bamboo scroll in his hand fearlessly. Kong Daoqiu's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. In the past, as a Xian immortal, he was able to defeat Mohina Dojin, who was possessed by the Lotus God. Kong Daoqiu, I want you to go to my mother's grave and burn incense to repent for your sins. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. What if I don't go? Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. It's not up to you now. Yan Chuan said. Ha ha ha, repent. Yan Chuan, have you ever seen a father repent for his children? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. That's not important. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Humph, the world is big. I can go wherever I want. Kong Daoqiu snorted. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. He led the 4 deities and shot into the distance. Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian shouted angrily and rushed to the front of the deities. You? Kong Daoqiu stared at him. He threw the bamboo scroll in his hand at Wang Jian. The bamboo scroll suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and smashed toward Wang Jian. Break! Wang Jian slashed with the long sword in his hand. A blood-red light and murderous aura clashed with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Jian and Kong Daoqiu both retreated a distance. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched in their attacks. Yan Chuan took the opportunity to reach out his hand. Whoosh! Kong Daoqiu was sucked into Yan Chuan's palm and into the universe in his palm. Ah! Family head! The 4 deities screamed. Yan Chuan, you bastard! Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. How could you kill him? One of the deities screamed. Yan Chuan ignored the 4 deities and looked at Kong Daoqiu in his palm. Your Majesty, I once traveled the world with the 72 great Confucians. I went to Confucius Lu Academy and am familiar with Kong Daoqiu. Let me talk to him. Li Si suddenly said. Yan Chuan looked at Li Si and nodded. Whoosh! Li Si was also sucked into his palm. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian blocked the 4 deities. The scene was chaotic. The disciples of the archaic sects and sacred grounds were confused. Meng Hongying opened her mouth, unsure if she should stop them. Kong Outyan narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Boom! Boom! Under Wang Jian's attack, the 4 deities were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian had forced them to stand before Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, you're treacherous. Your mother's death has nothing to do with the family head. Yan Chuan, your mother was killed by Kong Mok. It has nothing to do with the family head. Let him go. Back then, the family head knelt down and begged the ancestor for Kong Susu's sake. The family head had already tried his best. He couldn't save Kong Susu. Yan Chuan, you bastard. The patriarch and Kong Susu are father and daughter. How could he just watch Kong Susu die without doing anything? If you want to blame someone, blame Kong Mok. Don't hurt the family head. The 4 deities said anxiously. At this moment, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. Wasn't Kong Daoqiu doing nothing? You, speak clearly. What happened back then? Yan Chuan stared coldly at one of the deities. The ancestor set the rule back then. He would pick the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Kong family and choose the most outstanding one. The Kong family would help him establish a country. No one else in the Kong family could interfere. Otherwise, the ancestor would kill them. The most outstanding one was your mother. She defeated 8 outstanding disciples, and when she was about to defeat Kong Mok, your mother ran into your father. She gave up on the opportunity, but Kong Mok didn't let her off. He led a group of strong cultivators and forced your mother to her death. The family head was heartbroken. He begged the old ancestor many times, but the old ancestor wouldn't let him go. The Immortal said anxiously. Is what you said true? Yan Chuan asked coldly. All the upper void realm disciples of the Kong family know that your mother's cultivation wasn't high. However, her methods and intelligence were outstanding. Everyone thought highly of her, but... The deity smiled bitterly. Kong Mok? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Yan Chuan, let go of the family head. The deity shouted. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. No. Begged Demon King Kong. His rules are the heavens. For the sake of the family's interests, he watched his daughter die. Yan Chuan's murderous intent lessened. However, his attitude towards the deities didn't change. The ancestor is the heavens of the Kong family. One of the deities frowned. I don't care about Demon King Kong. Today, all of you will come with me. Yan Chuan reached out and sucked the deities in. A huge suction force appeared. The 4 deities couldn't resist it. Ah, no. Yan Chuan, you bastard. The 4 immortals cried out in shock as their bodies flew towards Yan Chuan's palm. The 4 of them were terrified. They knew that once they entered Yan Chuan's palm, they wouldn't be able to escape. Freeze! A shout came from below. Wang! The 4 deities who were being sucked toward Yan Chuan suddenly froze. A gust of wind blew around them. The suction force of the universe in Yan Chuan's palm stopped, and the 4 deities escaped. Whoosh! The 4 deities dodged in fear and looked at the person who had cast the spell. Kong Out Yen. Kong Out Yen slowly flew into the air. Seniors, do you still remember me? Kong Out Yen asked with an evil smile. You, Kong Out Yen. The 4 deities' faces darkened. Chapter 1092. You, Kong Out Yen. The 4 immortals' faces darkened. Kong Out Yen's father, Kong Xianxue, had left the Kong family to become the palace master of the divine sect Sacred Ground. The 4 immortals did not expect Kong Out Yen to save them. No matter what, I have the blood of the Kong family. How can I watch my elders be trapped by a traitor? Kong Out Yen smiled evilly. Below, Meng Hongying's face was solemn. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Gratitude flashed through the eyes of the 4 immortals. Although they did not understand how Kong Out Yen had become so powerful, they did not have the time to think about it. Thank you, Kong Out Yen. If possible, please save the family head as well. The 4 immortals cried out. Ha, of course. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge with Yan Chuan today. Kong Out Yen said with a smile. As he spoke, Kong Out Yen looked at Yan Chuan and the others. This kid was so arrogant in the past. How did he become so powerful now? Dongfang Zhenpai said in confusion. Below, Ren Shu squinted his eyes and stared. Something's not right. Kong Out Yen is too strange. Even with my eyesight, I can't see through him. Ren Shu stroked his beard in surprise. Kong Out Yen. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Yan Chuan, I was powerless in the past. I lost it. Now, it's time for you to return it to me. Kong Out Yen said in a deep voice. Oh. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes. Kong Out Yen smiled evilly and looked at ZZ, who was behind Yan Chuan, and said, ZZ. Back then, my father decided on her. She should be my woman. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted. Was he blaspheming the empress? Zizi stared at him. Anger flashed in her eyes. Meow. Meow looked at Kong Outyin angrily. Those who insult the emperor shall die. Wang Jian's long sword suddenly slashed towards Kong Outyin. His murderous aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. It rushed toward Kong Outyin, and when he swung his sword, the air around him was split apart like a wave. Stop! Kong Outyin stopped Wang Jian. Buzz! Wang Jian's sword aura suddenly froze in the air. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Wang Jian's face turned ferocious. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Wang Jian's body surged with a large amount of evil qi, shattering the shackles. Wang Jian's body swayed, and he was able to move. Below, Ninth Rat stroked his beard, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, "Immobilization technique? How could Kong Outyin know such a spell?" Wang Jian broke free from the immobilization technique and charged toward Kong Outyin again. Kong Outyin suddenly panicked. He no longer dared to be negligent. He closed the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands together. Heavenly Tao imprisonment. Boom! Outside the realm of the gods, the entire world seemed to have lit up. It was as if a heavenly aura had descended in an instant, and the faces of countless cultivators changed. As for the surrounding space, the sound of ice sealing could be heard. Ka 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 ka. It was as if the space around Wang Jian, Yan Chuan, Zizi, and the others had been frozen in an instant. Wang Jian, Yan Chuan, Zizi, and Dongfang Zhenpai were frozen in fear. Wang Jian tried to move his body in shock, but his body could not move at all. In Yan Chuan's palm, the universe in the palm suddenly disappeared. Kong Daoqiu and Li Si also released the universe in the palm, but the two of them were also trapped in it. Zizi could not move, but Meow, who was in her arms, turned its head around and looked at everyone in shock. Meow, what's wrong with you guys? In the distance, Kong Outyin was still hugging with his hands. His forehead was sweating, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyin laughed. Kong Outyin, stop! Meng Hongying screamed. The four immortals of the Kong family were shocked. Heaven's imprisonment? What kind of Dharma spell was that? In the distance, Ren Rat suddenly squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Kong Outyin, he is. Ren Rat pointed at Kong Outyin, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In the distance, Yan Chuan and the others were all trapped. They were about to be controlled by Kong Outyin. At this moment, a bronze coffin suddenly appeared in Yan Chuan's palm. The sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly expanded. Boom! The space around Yan Chuan was like a layer of ice breaking apart, with a large number of spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Boom! Yan Chuan immediately broke free from the heaven's imprisonment. On the other side, Zizi was holding Meow in her arms. Meow! Meow Meow leaped onto Violet Purple's shoulder and roared. Buzz! The imprisonment around ZZ melted like ice, and ZZ immediately regained her freedom. Yan Chuan's sky-burying coffin expanded again and smashed toward Kong Outyin. World suppression! Yan Chuan shouted. Kong Outyin's expression changed, and he attacked. Under the sky-burying coffin, Kong Outyin was smashed into the ground by a huge force. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Kong Outyin steadied himself in the crater and looked at the sky-burying coffin in shock. How is this possible? You can break free from the heaven's imprisonment? Kong Outyin exclaimed. Yan Chuan looked at Kong Outyin coldly. Kong Daoqiu frowned. At this moment, he escaped from the universe in the palm and looked at Kong Out Yen and Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu said to the four immortals. Ah. Patriarch, what about Kong Out Yen? The four immortals asked. I said, let's go. Kong Daoqiu said. All right. The four immortals nodded. Seeing that Kong Daoqiu was about to leave, Yen Chuan turned around and shouted, Stop. Kong Daoqiu, let me ask you, why did my mother give up the competition? Kong Mok, what right did you have to force my mother to death? Yen Chuan shouted at Kong Daoqiu, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yen Chuan didn't seem to want to catch Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu didn't look back and continued to fly with the four immortals. But as they flew, Kong Daoqiu's voice came, it's the Wendian token. The ancestor used the Wendian token as a medium to select 10 outstanding disciples. Susu gave up the Wendian token and gave it to Kong Mok to kill 10 outstanding disciples. With that, Kong Mok leads the four immortals and instantly disappears into the distance. Wendian token. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. His father had left him 3 things, the Tree of World, the Sword of God's Mine, and the Wendian token left behind by his mother. The Wendian token was clearly in his hands. How could Kong Mok have it? Could it be? Kong Mok's Wendian token was forged by his mother. Yen Chuan felt conflicted. He didn't seem to care about Kong Daoqiu's departure. He turned to look at Kong Out Yen. Kong Out Yen watched Kong Daoqiu and the others leave, his face full of anger. After all, he was the one who had saved them. How could Kong Daoqiu ignore him and take everyone away? Humph. Kong Out Yen snorted. Kong Out Yen took a step forward and soared into the sky, looking at Yen Chuan and the others. Yen Chuan also slowly looked over. Yen Chuan knew Kong Out Yen's strength very well. How could he have grown so much in the past few hundred years? Even the sky-burying coffin's attack couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as a great immortal, but he was much stronger than an ordinary sky immortal. Before King Guiyu died, he used the sky-burying coffin to kill a sky immortal. What a powerful coffin. Humph, Yen Chuan, you're lucky today, but... Kong Out Yen said coldly. Before he could finish, Yen Chuan attacked again. The sky-burying coffin in his hand slammed down again. World suppression. Yen Chuan shouted again. Boom. The sky-burying coffin slammed into Kong Out Yen. This time, they didn't break apart. They were in a stalemate. Yen Chuan controlled the sky-burying coffin with a ferocious expression. Kong Out Yen resisted the sky-burying coffin with difficulty, his expression unyielding. Heavenly power, gather. Kong Out Yen roared. Crack. 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 Kong Out Yen managed to block it. Yen Chuan's face darkened. This was the first time the sky-burying coffin had failed. Although he hadn't fully refined it, Yen Chuan knew how strong the sky-burying coffin was. Kong Out Yen resisted it with difficulty, but he managed to do so. Meow. Meow roared. Buzz. Kong Out Yen's power suddenly became unstable. Boom. Kong Out Yen was slammed into the ground again. The ground sank by more than 10 feet. Boom. Kong Out Yen jumped away with difficulty. Puff. Kong Out Yen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. At this moment, Kong Out Yen looked at the sky-burying coffin again with great shock. Yen Chuan's eyes were cold. He was about to attack again. Yen Di. Meng Hongying suddenly shouted. Yen Chuan looked over. Kong Out Yen is the holy son of the archaic sects. If he has offended you, the archaic sects will punish him severely. Yen Di, please be merciful. Meng Hongying pleaded. Meng Hongying had no choice. Meng Hongying also wanted Kong Out Yen to die. However, all the disciples of the archaic sects were staring at her. If she didn't speak up, she would be watching as outsiders bullied the disciples of the archaic sects. If she didn't speak up, the disciples of the archaic sects would lose their loyalty. She had no choice but to speak up. Yan Chuan looked at the injured Kong Outyen, then at Meng Hongying, and finally at ZZ. Forget it. He's just a talker. ZZ shook her head and sighed. Yan Chuan looked at ZZ and nodded. All right. With that, Yan Chuan looked at the people below. He then led ZZ, Li Si, Wang Jian, Miao, and Dongfang Zhenpai to the east. Meng Hongying watched as Yan Chuan left. A complicated look flashed across Meng Hongying's eyes. On the other hand, Kong Outyen's eyes were cold. Yan Chuan, I'll come for you. I've decided that I won't leave your corpse intact. ZZ is mine. Ren Shu stood not far away and stared at Kong Outyen. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. A newborn Tao God? How could Kong Outyen have such luck? Tao God? Ha, I hope I'm wrong. Yan Chuan left with the group. Your Majesty, I won't be leaving. I still need to find Ren Shu. I'll try my best to convince him to join De Zhen and be my subordinate. Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhenpai off, Yan Chuan looked at Li Si. Your Majesty, when I was in your Majesty's palm, I came into contact with Kong Daoqiu for a while. Although Kong Daoqiu was unwilling, I could feel that Kong Daoqiu greatly admires your Majesty. Chapter 1093. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. In the study room. Great Jin Celestial Empire's ministers stood respectfully on both sides, while Yan Chuan sat at his desk. Yi Feng stepped forward. Your Majesty, there's news from the Central Divine Continent. Once the year is up, there are 3 middle-class sects that are willing to contribute all their merit points. 10 middle-class sects are willing to contribute half of their merit points. The remaining 9 sects are not willing to contribute a single point. What's the result? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng went to a sect that was not willing to contribute a single point. The sect was destroyed. Then he returned. Yi Feng said. Everyone. The primordial gourd is a powerful treasure. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. So that's the case. The major sects of the Central Divine Continent are probably going to panic. Li Si nodded and sighed. That's right. Right now, Meng Hongying, Kong Outyen, Ren Shu and the other hall masters are leading a large number of disciples of the archaic sects to the various sects to fight for merits, said Yi Feng. What are they trying to do by fighting for merit points in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Gang frowned. Perhaps. Yin Hentian frowned. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Meng Sansheng wants to imitate Jing Ting and take the World Dao Seal. Yin Hentian frowned. Oh. Everyone's face fell. Does Meng Sansheng have the strength to do so? Huo Guang was puzzled. I'm not sure, but Meng Sansheng's cultivation speed is too abnormal. Perhaps it's possible. Yin Hentian said. Dao Seal. Why do they all want this Dao Seal? I remember that when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, he faced Goddess Zhichen's remnant consciousness. Both of them were ancestral immortals. Is Goddess Zhichen's Dao Seal really that important? Yi Feng frowned. Yin Hentian smiled and shook his head. This is not an ordinary Dao Seal, nor was it created by Goddess Zhichen. More accurately, these Dao Seals should be kept by Goddess Zhichen. Oh. Yan Chuan showed a trace of doubt. In the ancient times, there were 3,000 heavenly Dao in this world. The 3,000 heavenly Dao did not have any intelligence, but they were the foundation of the entire world. The heavenly Dao pushed the firmament to rule the world. The firmament had its own intelligence. Yin Hentian explained. Oh. The heavenly Tao doesn't have intelligence, but the heavens do. Yan Chuan asked curiously. Yes, Your Majesty, you should know that the karmic positions of heaven and earth are divided into lower, middle, upper, and birth positions. In the celestial empire of Great Zhen, His Majesty was now in the upper karmic position of heaven and earth, also known as the celestial empire. The sage king of Dachi had the karmic position of birth. Actually, above it, there is a final karmic position called the Chi habit position. This is bestowed by the heavens using the 3,000 heavenly axioms. There are 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld, making a total of 15. Every person who enjoys the Chi habit position is a saint chosen by the heavens to assist the heavens in managing the entire world. Yin Hentian explained. There are a total of 15 saints in this world. 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the netherworld. Yan Chuan asked with a frown. Yes, this is a fixed number. It can only be less, not more. These 15 people were the strongest 15 people in the world. As they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they were called saints. The birth of each heavenly emperor was even more exaggerated. They had to snatch the karmic position of the saint from the hands of the saints in order to build the heavenly court. They had to become heavenly emperors. Yin Hentian said. Oh. However, after the calamity in the ancient times, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. At that time, the saints were almost extinct. Everything in this world was about to collapse. Yin Hentian laughed bitterly. Go on. For a long time, the strongest person in this world was the sage king. There were no more heavenly emperors, no more saints. Because the heavens died, all living beings could no longer obtain the Chi habit position of heaven and earth. Yin Hentian said. What about now? Yan Chuan asked. Now. After a long period of time, the world regained some vitality. There were 1 or 2 more saints and heavenly emperors. Yin Hentian explained. There are more. Where did the Chi habit position of heaven and earth come from? Li Si asked curiously. Back then, during the ancient calamity, more than half of the saints fell. The heavens took pity on the people. Before they fell, they gathered 10 incomplete Chi habit positions of heaven and earth and gave them to goddess Xichen. After that, they died. Yin Hentian said. 10. Incomplete? Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. Yin Hentian looked at Yan Chuan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems that the emperor has guessed it. Goddess Xichen used these 10 incomplete Chi habit positions of heaven and earth to seal the 5 realms. We are in one of the 5 realms, and also the last one. The other 4 sealed realms have been opened by the strongest people and have been seized by the strongest people. Jing Ming, no, he should be called Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao came to take one of the Chi habit positions of heaven and earth to become a heavenly emperor. Yan Chuan frowned. No, it's not that simple. I've already said that the Chi habit positions of heaven and earth are incomplete. To become a heavenly emperor or a saint, they must be completed. However, I don't know how to complete it. According to what I know, there was once a powerful ancestral immortal in the immortal realm who wanted to become a saint. After he obtained the Tao seal, he paid a huge price but still failed to become a saint. Yin Hentian explained. The heavens are dead. It's difficult to become a saint or a heavenly emperor. Yin Hentian sighed. After that, everyone looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Meng Sanshin wants to seize the last Tao seal. Your Majesty, De Zhen wants to participate. Yi Feng asked solemnly. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. There's no hurry. I'm sure Demon King Kong of the West also knows about this. Immortal Realm, at the entrance of the sealed realms. In a large hall. A large number of officials stood respectfully in the hall. They were all bowing respectfully to a man in a dragon robe who sat on the dragon throne in the north. Sage King, please calm down. The officials bowed. This is just a small sealed realm. When Goddess Xi Qian migrated in, they were all mortals. Once they became immortals, they would ascend. How can De Qi continue to lose? The Sage King of De Qi said in a low voice. Sage King, according to the news sent by Gong Yang Taolu more than 10 years ago, there are 3 forces in the sealed realm. Yan Chuan, Demon King Kong, and Meng Sansheng. Gong Yang Taolu faced Demon King Kong. Obviously, he died at the hands of Yan Chuan or Meng Sansheng. An official said. Demon King Kong. He's not dead. Didn't the legend say that the Tao god of Zhugong killed him? The Sage King of De Qi frowned. We don't know. The officials sighed. Sage King, Gong Yang Taoyu's death was very strange. It was too fast. Even with his great immortal strength, he couldn't escape. Moreover, the remaining 80 immortals didn't manage to ascend in time. It's too strange. Unless Yan Chuan or Meng Sansheng could kill everyone in an instant. An official analyzed. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the hall. Sage King, what should we do now? An official asked. Sage King, should we give up? No, the 5 sealed realms are all hidden in unknown places. This is the last person. It wasn't easy for me to find him. How can I give up? Moreover, if I leave, the news will spread. A large number of experts will come to fight for him. Am I testing the waters for them? The Sage King of De Qi glared. Then? I will go down personally. No, Sage King, you can't. Suddenly, the officials stood up. Jiaohu. Sage King, the higher the cultivation level of the sealed world, the greater the repulsion. With the strength of a Sage King, you won't be able to do anything inside. The situation inside is still unclear. Sage King, you can't take the risk. Just send someone to investigate. This time, you don't need to fight for the sealed realm. Just find out the information. An official shouted. The Sage King of De Qi frowned and nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. Central Divine Continent. A middle-rank sect. Kong Outyen led a group of 10th God Palace disciples and coldly stood outside the gate of a middle-rank sect. He looked at the people in the mountain gate with a cold expression. The sect leader of the middle-level sect immediately activated all the sect guarding formations as if they were facing a great enemy. Kong Outyen, is your arcane sacred ground really going to kill us all? My sect has already handed over half of our merit points, the sect master cried out. Kong Outyen sneered, if you want to blame someone, blame the great perfection heavenly empire. The world is big, but there are too few middle-rank sections. If it was in the past, there would be many middle-rank sections. Half of each sect would be enough. Now that there is only one divine continent, we will naturally take it all. I will count to 3. After 3, if you are still unwilling to hand over all your merit points, you will be killed without mercy. In the distance, the sect master's face was filled with grief and indignation. The disciples behind him were uneasy and uneasy. 1. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. I will not hand it over. If I hand over all my merit points, Tian Su will be useless. I will be ashamed to face the ancestors. 2. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. Come, at most we will die together. Since the divine continent sacred ground is perverted, I will fight it out with you. 3. Time's up. Kong Outyen snorted. In the distance, a large amount of sword chi shot toward Kong Outyen. Kong Outyen sneered and pointed his finger, freeze. Wang. All the experts froze in fear. Kill them all. Kong Outyen said in a low voice. Yes. The group of 10th God Hall disciples replied. In another sect in the central divine continent. Sect Master Hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Dongfang Zhenpai and Ren Shu were tying up a red-faced man. In the main hall, there were also 10 wild boars that were gnawing on corn cobs. Dongfang Zhenpai and Ren Shu smiled excitedly. Ren Shu, what do you want? The red-faced man said coldly. Sect Master Red-Face, just give in. Ninth Rat stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Ren, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Dongfang Zhenpai said strangely. Eh. The red-faced man and Ren Rat were slightly stunned. Soon, Ren Rat reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, heavy your sister's taste. Is that what I'm talking about? Red-faced man. After being interrupted by Dongfang Zhenpai, Ren Rat was no longer so polite. Instead, he said boldly, Red-Face Sect Leader, your cultivation has been completely suppressed by me. Quickly, offer up all your merit points. Bah, dream on. I, Red-Face True Monarch, will never yield to scoundrels. How dare you dig a hole and sneak attack me? I'll tell you the truth. I already knew that the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds would make a move. My Tiansu has already been given to someone else. Don't even think about ruining my sect's Tao foundation. Said the red-faced sect master stubbornly. Yo, you're quite stubborn. Do you know why we brought these 10 sows here? Ren Rat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Why? The red-faced sect master frowned. Did you see that? The corn they're eating is laced with a strong aphrodisiac. If you don't hand over your merit points, we'll strip you naked. Ren Rat said with a smirk. The red-faced sect master's face stiffened. What I fed you just now wasn't poison. It's actually a strong aphrodisiac. Ren Rat continued. What? Despicable and shameless. You two despicable people. The red-faced sect master's face changed. Despicable and shameless? I like hearing that. It's really sweet. Try another way to praise me. Ren Rat said with a face full of enjoyment. Red-faced sect master. Brother Ren, you're really despicable. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a strange expression. Ren Rat. Brother Ren, aren't you being too dishonest by doing this? Dongfang Zhenpai frowned and said. Dishonest? Ren Rat looked at Dongfang Zhenpai blankly. What I mean is that we should tear down this hall and set up a formation outside so that the middle sect disciples can see what's going to happen here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it openly. Dongfang Zhenpai said. Ren Rat laughed and said, that's right. As expected of the descendant of Dongfang Bubi. You can even think of this. While the two of them were discussing wretchedly, the red-faced sect master's face suddenly turned ashen. His cultivation was sealed, he was fed an aphrodisiac and placed in the middle of a group of sows for the entire sect to admire. The red-faced sect master suddenly shuddered. Feeling the reaction of his lower body, the red-faced sect master was instantly terrified. No, I'll give it all, I'll give it all. The red-faced sect master couldn't take it anymore. Chopping off his head was just a scar the size of a bowl. The red-faced sect master was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the entire sect. However, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was to die shamelessly. Give what? Ren Rat laughed and said. Merit points, I'll give it all to you. I don't want it anymore. Let me go. The red-faced sect master shouted. But I still want to see what's going to happen next. Ren Rat shook his head and said. Yes, the red-faced sect master is fighting 10 sows. This scene will definitely be explosive. Tomorrow, it will definitely spread throughout the world and be admired by everyone. I'm also looking forward to it. Dongfang Zhenpai said excitedly. Don't, the two of you, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I don't want anything, I don't want any merit points. The red-faced sect master was about to cry. You're begging us to accept your merit points? Ren Rat said. Yes, I'm begging the divine sect Sacred Grounds to accept it. I'm begging you. The red-faced sect master's tears flowed down his face. Alright, sigh, I'm always too soft-hearted. Ren Rat sighed shamelessly. The red-faced sect master constantly cursed the two in his heart for being despicable and shameless. However, he didn't dare to say a word. At the intersection of the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Boom! A vast hole appeared in the void. It connected to the immortal world. For a moment, dark clouds covered the surroundings. In the large hole, 20 figures flew in. The 3 people in the lead bowed respectfully towards the hole. Rest assured, Sacred King. The 3 people in the lead said respectfully. My 3 beloved subjects, the 3 of you are great immortals. This world is strange, I don't want you to fight for hegemony. I only need you to carefully and quietly investigate this world. Remember, be careful, be careful. The voice of the great Chi Sacred King sounded. Yes, Sacred King, rest assured, we understand. N. Rumble. The huge hole slowly disappeared. The thunder clouds also slowly dissipated. Of the 20 immortals, 3 of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and flew towards the nearest city. One after another, merit points quickly gathered in the divine sect Sacred Ground. For a moment, the merit clouds in the divine sect Sacred Ground were rolling over. Almost all the merit points of the sects in the world were gathered. At the entrance of the divine world, Meng Sansheng looked up at the sky. Not enough, still not enough. Meng Sansheng frowned. Sacred Lord, there's so much merit points, is it still not enough? A person behind him asked curiously. Not enough, continue to search. Collect all the merit points of the middle sects, and all the merit points of the lower sects. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Yes. Great Jin Celestial Empire. Great Buddha Heavenly Empire. My divine sect Sacred Ground, it can be said that the world is divided into 3. Next, I will take the Tao Seal. Tao Seal. What is the mystery of the broken karmic position left by heaven? The heavenly Tao has collapsed, why is it still useful? Meng Sansheng frowned and thought. Chapter 1095. Volume 8, Number 1 Under the Heavens. Chapter 1, Cleansing the Earth. The central divine continent had gone through a huge cleansing in the Archaean Sacred Ground. All the merits had gathered. Above the Archaean Sacred Ground, a sea of merits was rolling. Meng Hongying, Ren Shu, Kung Outyen, and the other experts had also returned. In the divine world. In the ancestral mountain. The 72 experts were still pushing the rainbow egg in the center. The 7 leaders each held a gourd. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Meng Sansheng looked at the egg in the center and frowned. I don't know when the next time will be. Everyone nodded. Big brother, we've gathered all the merit points. There's already a holy hall in the outside world. If we delay any longer, more and more forces will come. At that time, we won't be able to remove the seal. I think we can do it now. Meng Sansheng looked at the man holding the red gourd. Everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd nodded. Yes, go and get ready. We will use the ancestral mountain in the divine world. Meng Sansheng nodded. Third brother. The man holding the red gourd looked at the man holding the yellow gourd. Big brother. The yellow-robed man was puzzled. The 5 of us are enough. You take the immortal beheading gourd and protect 7th brother. The red-robed man said solemnly. The yellow-robed man nodded, yes. Meng Sansheng and the yellow-robed man slowly got up and walked out of the ancestral mountain. The 2 did not stop and headed to the exit of the divine world. Outside the divine world. Meng Hongying, Ren Shu, Kong Outyen, and the other Archaean Sacred Ground Hall Masters were waiting. Ren Shu's face was filled with excitement, as if something good was about to happen to him. Kong Outyen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entrance of the Divine World. What is in the Divine World? Father stayed in the Archaean Sacred Ground to enter it. Father said that there is a treasure inside that could shake the heavens and earth. I returned to the Archaean Sacred Ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Meng Sanxing's strength has risen too quickly. I don't have a chance. Kong Outyen clenched his fists. While everyone was waiting, two figures suddenly stepped out of the entrance of the Divine World. One of them was the sect master of the Divine Sect's Holy Land, Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple Taoist robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. The other was a man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a cold expression and there was a dragon bone on his forehead. He had a threatening aura. Most importantly, the man in the yellow Taoist robe was carrying a huge gourd on his back. It looked exactly like the primordial gourd. The only difference was that this gourd was yellow. An identical gourd? The 10 hall masters were all shocked. Even Meng Hongying was at a loss. This was because even Meng Hongying had never seen this man before. Grandpa, who is this? Meng Hongying asked in surprise. Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man. Meng Sansheng glanced at the crowd and said, he's the vice sacred master of the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Yes. Everyone answered. The yellow-robed man looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't care about these people's gazes. On the other hand, Kong Outyen narrowed his eyes. Another primordial gourd? Kong Outyen had long coveted the primordial gourd. In Kong Outyen's heart, the primordial gourd should be the best gourd in the world. It could refine living and dead spirits and turn them into primordial purple vapor for him to absorb. Was there any other gourd in the world that was stronger than this? Now, another one had appeared. Kong Outyen lowered his head, afraid that others would see the desire in his eyes. Sacred Master! Ren Rat suddenly shouted. Meng Sansheng looked at Ren Rat in confusion. Time's up. I promised you that I would stay in the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground for 1,000 years. It's up. I want to leave the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground now. Ren Rat said excitedly. Leave the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground? Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes. Since everyone is here, Ren Rat will take his leave. I wish you all the best. Ha, Sacred Master, farewell. Ren Rat said with a smile. Then, he started to retreat. Wait. Meng Sansheng said. Ren Rat was stunned. Ren Rat, has the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground treated you badly? Meng Sansheng asked. No. Ren Rat shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay in the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground? Meng Sansheng smiled. It's good, but I'm used to being free. I don't want to stay. Sacred Master, farewell. Ren Rat said again. Ha, leave the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground? It's not that you can't, but you know too much about the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. Meng Sansheng said. Ren Rat's face stiffened, revealing a trace of unsightly expression. Meng Sansheng, what do you want? Ren Rat frowned. The Divine Sect's Sacred Ground isn't a place you can leave as you wish. Ren Rat, you're different from others. I have high hopes for you. You also know too much about the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Continue to stay and act as if nothing happened. 2. Turn back and let me brainwash you. I'll erase everything you know about the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. Then, you can leave. Meng Sansheng said. Brainwash? That's impossible. Ren Rat exclaimed. Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Sacred Hall Masters, guard Ren Rat for me. I'll deal with him after I'm done with my business. Meng Sanxing said. Yes. The Sacred Hall Masters replied. Ren Rat's face revealed an unprecedented panic. Although I, Ren Rat, am shameless, I never break my promise. Meng Sansheng, you actually went back on your words. Ren Rat exclaimed. Ren Rat looked at the experts rushing towards him. His expression changed and he stomped his foot. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Ren Rat immediately drilled into the ground. Ren Rat understood that if he flew in the sky, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only drill into the ground. Just as he drilled into the ground, Meng Sansheng revealed a sneer and grabbed at the hole. Whoosh! A huge suction force came from Meng Sansheng's palm and went straight into the hole. Ah, ah, ah! Ren Rat screamed as he was pulled out by Meng Sansheng. Divine Seal. Meng Sansheng smiled and clenched his hand. Ka 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 ka. Suddenly, a large amount of purple net appeared around Ninth Rat's body, and in an instant, all of its cultivation was sealed. Meng Sansheng, let me go. You promised me. You promised me. Ren Rat screamed in fear. However, Meng Sansheng didn't pay any attention to them and simply tossed them to the temple masters. Lock him up. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. The Sacred Hall Masters replied. Meng Hongying frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but she could only swallow her words. Kong Outyen, on the other hand, looked at Ninth Rat curiously. Ren Rat's strength wasn't that great. Meng Sansheng was also a man of his words. Why would he go against his principles for Ren Rat? Did Ren Rat have some other background? The 5 Sacred Hall Masters were responsible for guarding Ren Rat. The man with the yellow gourd flew to the top of a mountain. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated, leaving only Meng Sansheng at the entrance of the divine world. Meng Sansheng looked at the huge virtuous ocean in the sky. Dharma world. Meng Sansheng said. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng's Dharma idol suddenly shot down from above the Sea of Destiny, fusing with Meng Sansheng as one. Meng Sansheng's body slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sansheng grew to 1,000 feet tall. He hid the primordial gourd in his sleeve and looked at the divine world. God world, invade the earth. Meng Sansheng shouted. In the distance, Kong Ao Tian was confused. Spread the earth? Jing Ting used the great boundary suppressing steel to spread the earth. Did the divine world have the same treasure? Inside the divine world. Inside the divine race's ancestral mountain. The expressions of the 70 experts also turned solemn. They looked at the red-robed man. Let's begin. Let's activate the ancestral mountain and spread the earth. The red-robed man said. Yes. Everyone replied. The 70 experts acted almost at the same time. The ancestral mountain instantly became colorful and emitted a dazzling light in the divine world. Suppress. The red-robed man's voice came from the divine realm. Boom. The ancestral mountain pressed down on the earth. At the entrance of the divine world, the earth suddenly sank. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion came from the divine world. From the entrance of the god realm, 2 ripples appeared on the ground. The ripples were like ripples formed when a pebble was thrown into a mirror pond. They swept across the world and spread in all directions. Rumble. The entire Middle Divine Continent was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The earthquake continued to spread in all directions. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. Not long after, almost all 5 continents in the world were shaken by an earthquake. East Divine Continent, Yen Jin. Facing Heaven Hall. Yen Chuan was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. Rumble. The entire Yanjin seemed to be shaking. Yan Chuan's face changed color. He quickly walked out of the facing heaven hall and looked to the west. Your Majesty, the earth is being spread. All the dragon veins are being spread. Feng Yinyang said with a hint of surprise. Spread the entire earth? Has it begun? Meng Sansheng has done it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yan Chuan's face darkened. Your Majesty, the entire earth is being spread. Meng Sansheng is going to take the seal of this world. What should we do? Feng Yinyang asked worriedly. Yan Chuan looked up at the sky and looked at the Sea of Providence. Citizens of Dezhen, listen up. I need your power now. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the Sea of Providence. Under the dragon's roar, Yan Chuan's voice instantly spread out in all directions. Yan Chuan's statue quickly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan's body shone with golden light. His figure was also slowly growing larger. In a city in Dezhen. His Majesty's voice. The earthquake just now. Does it have something to do with that? Hurry up. His Majesty has given us cultivation techniques for free all these years. I'm a part of Dezhen. I'll lend you my power. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Dezhen was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. At this moment, the unity of the people of Dezhen had reached an unbelievable level after hundreds of years of governance. Surges of energy quickly gathered in Yanjin. Yan Chuan's body also became bigger and bigger. At the same time, in the great Buddha Empire in the West Divine Continent. Citizens of Dezhen, I need your power. Raise your right hand. Kong Mok looked up and roared. Roar. As the dragon roared, Kong Mok's order quickly spread across the West Divine Continent. Countless people raised their hands and Kong Mok's body also slowly expanded. Yan Chuan, Kong Moku, and Meng Sansheng, the three of them were growing rapidly, turning into 1,000 zhang tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 1096. Seven-colored ancestral mountain, the Great Earth. For a time, the sealed world shook. In a valley in the central divine continent. Suddenly, 20 immortals flew into the sky, each covered in light. The three in the lead looked solemnly towards the south. Ren San, are you sure that Gong Yang Taolu died in the hands of Meng Sansheng? The leader looked at the other person. Absolutely. I've already found someone to confirm it. Meng Sansheng's Hong Meng Gourd is extremely strange. Even in the immortal world, we've never heard of it. Ren San frowned. The earth is shaking. Is it coming from the divine sect's sacred land? Air, what's with your expression? The leader frowned. Big brother, that's not right. The dragon veins have all been plundered. Air's expression changed. Plundered the dragon veins? Could it be that he wants to take the Dao seal like Jingting? The leader's expression darkened. Big brother, what do we do? The sacred king only told us to watch. He didn't let us interfere. Air's expression changed. The leader's expression changed. We have to interfere. The sacred king came here for the Dao seal. If Meng Sansheng takes it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? We'll go over first and wait for an opportunity. Everyone nodded. You, ascend to the immortal world first. In case anything happens to us, go and report to the sacred king. I, Tian Yi, will watch over here. Tell the sacred king not to worry about us. We won't be reckless. Tian Yi pointed at a subordinate. Big brother, we're three immortals. You're too careful. Ren San smiled. Third brother, how did Gong Yang Tao Lu die? Tian Yi's expression changed. Ren San's expression changed. He immediately replied, yes, big brother is right. I was careless. Let's go. Tian Yi said solemnly. Whoosh. Everyone quickly flew towards the divine sect's sacred land. Divine sect's sacred land. Meng Sansheng's body had also reached a height of 10,000 feet. When he stepped on the ground, smoke and dust rose. He looked up at the virtuous cloud sea. His eyes were filled with hostility. Roar! As Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, he grabbed at the virtuous virtue cloud sea like Jingying did in the past. Meng Sansheng thrust his right hand into the virtuous cloud and clenched his fist. The virtuous cloud seemed to have turned into a glove for Meng Sansheng as he grabbed at the void. Buzz! In an instant, a storm rose in the void, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. A wrinkle appeared in the void. Meng Sansheng was able to see the laws of heaven and earth as he tore them apart. In the distance, countless disciples of the archaic sects and sacred grounds looked at the sky in panic. Heavenly net. Was this the Skynet? The justice of heaven has a long arm. The heavenly net of this realm was pulled down, but it was not as grand as the one Jingting used in the past. Not enough merit points. Meng Sansheng said anxiously. Even if it's not enough, it won't do. Today, I must take the Tao seal. Roar! Meng Sansheng shouted. Meng Sansheng's pupils and hair suddenly turned purple. His body exuded a devilish purple aura. His long hair blew against his face, making him look like a peerless demon god. A bulge appeared on his back. Rip! On Meng Sansheng's back, his clothes were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of huge purple wings appeared on his back. Each of the wings was about 20 meters long, and was incomparably huge. Roar! Meng Sansheng roared again and exerted more strength. The heavenly net suddenly increased again. The range of the Skynet increased by more than 10 times. Not enough, not enough. Meng Sansheng shouted. He exerted more strength, and the Skynet expanded by 10 times. Finally, under Meng Sansheng's full strength, a faint trace of a Tao seal appeared in the void. It's coming out. Meng Sansheng said excitedly. He continued to exert strength. At this moment, 19 streams of light shot over from the distance. The 19 immortals arrived and looked at the Tao seal in the sky. Their expressions changed. Really, he's really going to take the Tao seal. Big brother, what should we do? Stop him, quick. Meng Sansheng is going all out against the heavens. He doesn't have the strength to deal with us. Let's do it. Meng Sansheng, die. The immortals shouted and charged at Meng Sansheng. Standing on top of a mountain not far from Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's third brother, a fierce man with a yellow gourd on his back, was also looking at the sky. However, when he saw the immortals coming to disturb him, his eyes lit up. The immortals charged at Meng Sansheng. The yellow-robed man's eyes turned cold. He patted the gourd gently. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the black gourd. It was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in a 7-inch blade. The tip of the blade had eyebrows and eyes. It looked evil. Its eyes shone in a straight line at the immortals. Treasure, please turn around. The yellow-robed man said respectfully. Whoosh! It was like a flash of lightning. Bang! With one slash, 5 heads fell off. The immortals' faces changed drastically as blood spurted out. Whoosh! The white light that cut off the heads of the 5 immortals flew back to the yellow gourd in an instant. Below, countless disciples of the archaic sects and sacred grounds were petrified. Especially Kong Outyen. As soon as the immortals attacked, Kong Outyen saw that the palm print and sword energy formed by the 3 leaders were not something a sky immortal could do. They were too powerful. A grand immortal. It was a grand immortal. While Kong Outyen was still in shock, the yellow-robed man attacked. Treasure, please turn around. The heads of the 5 immortals fell to the ground. That was a grand immortal. It was too straightforward. When the primordial gourd sucked in the Hong Meng gourd, gourd had struggled for a while. However, the immortals did not even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. It seemed that not only their bodies were cut, but their souls were also destroyed. What gourd is this? Kong Outyen exclaimed. Kong Outyen was sure that if he accidentally encountered this Dharma treasure, he would be killed as well. This Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Kong Outyen was not the only one who was terrified. The immortals who were charging at Meng Sansheng were also shocked. Third brother. Earth 2 exclaimed. Let's go. Tian Yi pulled Earth 2 and sped away. They did not even care about the corpse of Grand Immortal Sansheng. With 2 Grand Immortals escaping, the remaining 12 immortals turned and ran. They did not even have time to collect the corpses. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? The immortals fled at an unbelievable speed. It was as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The pride of a grand immortal. That was nothing. Everyone finally understood why gourd could not escape. In the distance, the yellow-robed man stroked his yellow gourd as he watched the immortals flee. He ignored them and continued to look at Meng Sansheng, trying his best to get the Dao seal. The yellow-robed man did not care, but the disciples of the Archaean sacred ground could not ignore it. The hall masters led by Meng Hongying did not care about this vice-sacred leader at first, but who would dare to look down on him now? That yellow gourd seemed even more domineering than the Hong Meng gourd. The Hong Meng gourd sucked in people, and they struggled. However, the yellow gourd shot out a white light and decapitated them. Who was he? Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man in awe. Under Meng Sansheng's full power, the Dao seal became clearer and clearer. Meng Sansheng was weaker than Jing Ting after all, so he couldn't do it as casually as Jing Ting did. However, Meng Sansheng still managed to complete the last step. He grabbed the merit cloud with his right hand and the Dao seal with his left hand. Boom! Meng Sansheng's left hand landed on the Dao seal. However, Meng Sansheng's hand wasn't the only one on the seal. There seemed to be 2 other palms holding onto the seal tightly. One of them was from Yan Jin. Meanwhile, in Yan Jin of the East Divine Continent, Yan Chuan also turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He also used all his strength to reach out and grab the Sea of Providence. He pulled out the heavenly net and revealed the seal. He grabbed it with his other hand. Boom! Yan Chuan's right hand landed on the Dao seal and 2 more palms appeared on it. In the West Divine Continent, Kong Mok's hand also grabbed onto it. The Dao seal was a very mysterious thing. The Dao seal sealed this world. It could be said that the Dao seal could be anywhere in this world. Although the 3 of them were separated by billions of miles, they could grab the Dao seal at the same time. It was as if the 3 of them were separated by a great distance but shared the same sun. 3 hands grabbed at it tightly, refusing to give way to any of them. Roar! Meng Sansheng flapped his wings and countless purple feathers appeared in the sky. Meng Sansheng's power skyrocketed. In the West Divine Continent, Lotus God, I don't have enough power. Lend me your power. Kong Mok whispered. Buzz! A white lotus slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. As soon as the white lotus appeared, a sacred power surged into Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed. In the East Divine Continent, Yan Chuan's eyes slowly turned red and his hair grew longer. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared under his feet and the sky was covered by blood clouds. A super theurgy. Roar! Yan Chuan roared with a ferocious face. The three of them knew each other and grabbed the Dao seal tightly. There was only one Dao seal and no one would give in. The officials of Yanjin watched nervously. At this moment, the entire world shook and a storm swept in all directions. The world was in turmoil. The three of them refused to give in. They were in a stalemate for a while. Then, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the void. The huge shadow was like the Dao seal. Although there was only one, the three of them could see it clearly. It was a woman with a human head and a snake's body. The woman looked down with a compassionate face. Goddess Ji Chen. The people of Yanjin immediately recognized her. Just like the Dazhao sacred ground, Goddess Ji Chen has come out. The Dao seal is about to be taken. The sealed world is about to be broken. Someone suddenly shouted. Yan Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng all looked ferocious as they fought for the Dao seal. Goddess Ji Chen looked at the three of them. Do all of you want this seal? Goddess Ji Chen asked in a compassionate tone. Chapter 1097. Central Divine Continent, Meng Sansheng took the Dao seal. Ren Shu was escorted to a palace in a valley by the 5 palace lords. The 5 of them were all upper ethereal realm cultivators. They didn't expect that someone would come to rescue them. However, this was the perfect time to break out of prison. Dongfang Zhenpai and Ren Shu were like flies that met rotten meat. If Ren Shu didn't want to see Meng Sansheng, they wouldn't have separated. Fortunately, Dongfang Zhenpai saw that Ren Shu was captured. Rumble. Outside, a storm raged and the earth shook. The 5 palace lords looked up at the sky in shock. Dongfang Zhenpai walked over with a man in a black robe. Who is it? One of the palace lords' face sank. The man in the black robe held a white longsword. His body flashed and turned into 5 shadows as he charged towards one of the palace lords. Hiss! Hiss! 1 man and 1 sword, 5 rays of sword light shot towards the purple palace lords. The 5 of them were immobilized in the blink of an eye. They stared at Dongfang Zhenpai and the man in the black robe in shock. Dongfang Zhenpai, I have captured the 5 of them. This is the sacred ground of the divine sect. There is no need to kill them. Ren Shu is in the palace. I will protect you. The man in the black robe said solemnly. The 5 of them are all upper ethereal realm cultivators. You managed to subdue them in 1 move. Dongfang Zhenpai exclaimed. The man in the black robe nodded. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Yanjing? Oh, I know. You are Yan Chuan's secret force. Dongfang Zhenpai said excitedly. Many of the officials knew that Yan Chuan had a secret force, but none of them had seen it before. Dongfang Zhenpai was excited when he saw it. Lord Dongfang, hurry up. Ren Shu has caught Meng Sansheng's eye. The divine realm will pay attention to him. Hurry. The man in the black robe said coldly. Don't worry. I promised Yan Chuan that I would also need a subordinate. Ha! Dongfang Zhenpai nodded and walked into the palace. Bang! He entered the palace and slammed the door shut. The black-robed figure slowly hid behind a hall master. The 5 hall masters stood motionless at the entrance as if nothing had happened. Inside the main hall, the 9th rat was tied up by a purple net and fell to the ground, unable to move. This old ancestor has 8 generations of bad luck. How did I meet such an untrustworthy person like Meng Sansheng? The 9th rat was extremely depressed. Yo, who is this? Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Brother Dongfang, quickly undo my seal. That's fine too. However, shouldn't we put an end to the elder's beard that we discussed last time? Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Ren Rat's face twitched. You're shameless. Ha ha ha, that's right, I'm more shameless than you, so you have to call me Big Brother. You are number 2. Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. Bullshit. I'm so much older than you. How old are you? You want to be my big brother? Ren Rat glared at him. Age doesn't determine ambition. If you call me big brother, I'll let you go. If not, I'll leave. Dongfang Zhenpai sneered. Ren Rat's face was filled with bitterness and hatred. I say, number 2, I know you're not convinced. Actually, I want to say that your skin is too thin. Bullshit. Ren Rat's face turned red from anger. Call me big brother and I'll lead you on the road. Dongfang Zhenpai said smugly. Ren Rat wanted to beat his own chest. He was careless in making friends. Think about the darkness in the divine sect's sacred ground. Oh, and the brainwashing, too cruel. Maybe after the brainwashing, I'll be refined into a puppet. Sigh. Don't worry, every year on Qingming, I'll burn paper money for you. Ren Rat. Number 2, call me Big Brother. Dongfang Zhenpai laughed. Ren Rat's face twitched. Finally, he said with sorrow, Big Brother. I can't hear you. It's too low. Number 2, what did you say? Big Brother. Ren Rat shouted with grief and indignation. Kaka, number 2, to think that you would have such a day. Dongfang Zhenpai said proudly. Ren Rat rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, why aren't you unsealing me? Dongfang Zhenpai took out a pearl and pushed it towards the seal on Ren Rat's body. Wang! The pearl quickly absorbed the seal as if it wanted to suck the seal into the pearl. Where did you get this pearl? Why haven't I seen it before? Did you dig up some ancestral grave and smuggle it? Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Smuggle my ass. You have to call me Big Brother in the future. What do you know? This was given to me by Yan Chuan. It was once the treasure of a middle sect. Dongfang Zhenpai said. Yan Chuan gave you this? This pearl is a natural treasure, comparable to an immortal tool. Ren Rat said in shock. I am a division head, so what if I have a pearl? This is my salary. Unlike you, you only know how to make money from the dead. You have no backing at all. If I wanted to save you, I could just say a word and there would be experts protecting me. What about you? Dongfang Zhenpai asked. Ren Rat's face stiffened as he said, You're not going to persuade me to join the Great Perfection, are you? I'm not trying to persuade you. I've already decided for you. If you don't want to be the supreme beast of the nation, then you can be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I'll be the only one in this department. It'll be embarrassing. Dongfang Zhenpai said. Bah, what elder brother is like a father? You're still a little brat. Who called me Big Brother just now? Ren Rat. The two of them cursed at each other as they undid the seal. Not long after, they were all unlocked. The earth has been sealed. Ren Rat stomped on the ground and was unexpectedly unable to dig a hole. Go! The two of them immediately opened the door of the main hall. Outside the hall, the black-robed man was waiting. Let's go. The black-robed man said. The three of them immediately stuck close to the ground and shot into the distance. However, even so, he was still discovered. Kong Outyen was still admiring the immortal slaying gourd. Suddenly, he saw Ren Rat trying to escape. Stop! Kong Outyen's expression changed. As he said that, Kong Outyen stretched out his hand and stopped the three of them. Freeze! Bang! The black-robed man suddenly shot out his sword, and the void seemed to shatter. The black-robed man instantly broke Kong Outyen's immobilization technique. Let's go! Whoosh! The three of them quickly shot into the distance. Even Yan Chuan can't do anything to me, and you want to escape. Heavenly Tao, gather! Kong Outyen waved his hand again. Heaven-mending style. Boom. A large number of crystals seemed to shatter in the void. Kong Outyen's attack failed again. The three silhouettes instantly shot into the forest and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who is he? My heavenly Tao, even sky immortals can't do anything to me. Kong Outyen said in shock. Although Kong Outyen's movement was big, everyone's eyes were looking in another direction. While the three of them were fighting for the Taoist seal, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared in the void. Do all of you want this Taoist seal? Goddess Jichen said compassionately. Meng Sancheng's expression changed. In the end, he nodded and said, please help us. In Yen Jin. Please help us, Goddess Jichen. Yen Chuan said politely. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Please help us. Kong Mok said solemnly. The three of them were all grabbing the Taoist seal, but they all realized that the Taoist seal didn't move at all. Back then, it was easy for them to get it, but it was so difficult for them. Goddess Jichen shook her head and said, it's not enough. If you don't condense the Great Path, you can only pluck it with a large amount of merit or providence. But none of you are enough. If you can gather it, it might be possible. What? Meng Sancheng's expression changed. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok both frowned. This Taoist seal seals this world. If you pluck it, you will shake the entire world. You're not strong enough. There's another way. If you want to be recognized by the world, you need to accumulate almost all the merit and providence. Remember, remember. Goddess Jichen said. Then, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly faded away. Yen Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sancheng. The three of them held the Taoist seal in their hands. Their expressions changed for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan smiled bitterly and slowly let go of his right hand. As expected, Yen Chuan let go and the other two hands didn't move the Taoist seal at all. Yen Chuan let go. Meng Sancheng slowly let go with a trace of reluctance. Kong Mok let out a sigh with a hint of confusion. Boom! The sky was clear and the storm stopped. The world returned to normal. The countless spectators in the three places were all at a loss. They were busy for so long, but no one could get it. Whoosh! Meng Sancheng slowly retracted his wings and returned to normal. He stood on the square with a gloomy face. Whoosh! The yellow-robed man flew over with a gourd on his back. Do you need the merit and providence of the world? The yellow-robed man frowned. Third brother, although the Archaean sect uses Tian Su, I once let it devour a god bestowment scroll. Meng Sancheng said with a gloomy face. Oh. Does that mean we can fight for providence? The yellow-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Meng Sancheng nodded. If that's the case, then let's destroy the dynasty and take their providence. The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. Okay. Meng Sancheng nodded. I'll go to the west and destroy the great Buddha dynasty. You go to the east and destroy the great Jin dynasty. Don't be soft-hearted. The yellow-robed man said. Third brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Meng Sancheng nodded. The yellow-robed man nodded. The yellow-robed man took a step forward and shot towards the west with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Sancheng watched the yellow-robed man leave. He took a deep breath and headed towards the east with a gloomy face. The strength of the two men was naturally shocking. Although the world was big, it only took a day to travel. The two men went to the capital of the two dynasties. Million Buddha City. At the entrance of the Million Buddha Hall, Kong Mo Ku and his officials looked at the yellow-robed man on the top of a palace in the distance. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kong Mo Ku said with a gloomy face. Sha Di. The yellow-robed man said solemnly. Shadi. The officials of the Million Buddha Hall repeated the name blankly. They had never heard of him before. Who are you? What do you want? What's your relationship with the Archaean sect? Kong Mo Ko asked. From now on, you will submit to the Archaean sect and contribute all your providence. Otherwise, you will die. Shadi said coldly. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Kong Mo Ko burst into laughter. How ridiculous. You want me to contribute my providence? Could it be that this person had lost his mind? Who in the world dares to talk to me like this? I'll count to 3. 1. Shadi said coldly. Humph. How dare a nobody take the providence of the great Buddha dynasty? You're courting death. Kong Mo Ko said coldly as he waved his dragon robe. After Kong Mo Ko finished speaking, a large number of guards flew up into the sky. They rushed toward Shadi. 2. Shadi said coldly. Humph. Go to hell. Kong Mo Ko stared at him. Kong Mo Ko stretched out his hand and attacked first. A huge handprint appeared in the void with an unstoppable force. 3. Shadi said. He patted the immortal killing gourd and a white light shot out. The immortal killing flying saber flew out of the gourd. Baby, please turn around. Swish. A ferocious white light shot towards Kong Mok. Kong Mo Ko's face changed. Boom. Kong Mo Ko's head was chopped off and thrown into the air. The immortal killing flying saber flew back into the gourd instantly. All the officials were petrified in an instant. Kong Mo Ko's head was separated from his body. Kong Mo Ko's head was flying in the air and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That's impossible. Zhao Xianji exclaimed. Your Majesty. The officials exclaimed. Chapter 1098. Central Divine Continent. The two great immortals, Tian Yi and Di Er, brought the 12 immortals and fled in panic. He was careful when he came. He thought that the experts of this world were strange, but he didn't think they were this strange. Big brother, third bro is dead. Third bro is dead. What should we do? Earth Second said with hatred. Tian Yi turned his head and shook his head. The divine sect's sacred ground wants revenge. Can you block that flying dagger? Earth 2 was silent with grief and indignation. Rumble. In the distance, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. From afar, a massive statue of Goddess Jichen appeared. Goddess Jichen. The Tao seal is about to be plucked. Tian Yi's expression changed. He wanted to stop Zhang Xian, but the scene from before was still fresh in his mind. Was he tired of living? For the first time, the two great immortals felt that their title of Great Immortal was not that useful. Rumble. After listening to Goddess Jichen's explanation, Meng Sanxing gave up on trying to obtain the Tao seal. The immortals all heaved a long sigh of relief. They glanced at one another, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips. What should we do? Earth 2 asked. One of us will ascend first and report to the Sage King. The rest of us will stay and wait. This time, let's not be too rash. Tianyi sighed softly. Yes. Sigh, this world is too strange. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the Saint King to come. Tian Yi sighed softly. Big brother, what are you talking about? The strength of a Saint King is one realm higher than ours. De said. But, do we know much about this world? Do you know what other dangers there are in the deity realm? Tian Yi asked solemnly. Ground 1 fell silent again. What was there in the god realm? The immortals were curious, and so was Kong Outyin. In Kong Ao Tian's eyes, it was Meng Sansheng who had unleashed the power of the god world. To be able to penetrate the earth, what kind of treasure was that? Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had already left. Kong Outyan's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stepped toward the entrance of the divine world. Now that Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had left, what was there to be afraid of? Swish! Kong Outyan charged towards the deity world. What are you doing? Stop right there. Meng Hongying's expression changed. The experts from the arcane sects and holy grounds were alarmed as they quickly blocked the entrance to the god world. Kong Outyan revealed an evil smile and said, Meng Hongying, get out of the way. You can't stop me. Kong Outyan, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the sacred master will refine you when he returns? Meng Hongying shouted. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't have come if I was afraid. Kong Outyan laughed wildly. Divine sect formation, stop Kong Outyan. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds immediately responded. Settle. Kong Outyan shouted coldly. Boom. The surrounding experts were all frozen in midair in an instant. Kong Outyan could even freeze celestial immortals, let alone these mortals. Meng Hongying grabbed the long whip, her eyes filled with surprise. Kong Outyan smiled evilly, don't stare at me like that. I'm no longer the holy son of Outyan. I am nobler than all of you. Are you curious about my strength? Ha 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 ha, you bunch of mortals will never understand. Ha 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 ha. Kong Outyan laughed loudly as he stepped into the divine world. In the outside world, countless experts were frozen in place, extremely anxious. However, soon, a loud roar came from the divine world. Treasure, let's go on a trip. With a loud roar, countless crows began to caw in a dense manner. Wah! 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 In the divine world. Kong Outyan met another man with a gourd on his back. It was a man in a green robe with a huge green gourd on his back. The mouth of the gourd was suddenly facing him. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Suddenly, countless fire crows flew out from the mouth of the gourd. The fire crows were extremely fast, as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Kong Outyan. The entire divine world was filled with fire crows in an instant. Each fire crow only had one leg. Golden flames shot up to the sky around each fire crow. Boom! It was as if the sun had exploded where Kong Outyan was. Heavenly Tao, gather! Kong Outyan exclaimed. However, the fire crows did not seem to be affected at all. Boom! Kong Outyan's body was blown into hundreds of pieces. The fire burned as if it was going to be annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown, Kong Outyan's body pieces suddenly flew out and went straight to the exit of the divine world. Boom! Kong Outyan's body pieces escaped. After flying out of the divine world, Kong Outyan's body pieces quickly gathered together. They turned into Kong Outyan's appearance again, but this time, Kong Outyan's appearance was extremely miserable. Let's go! Kong Outyan yelled at his subordinates. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance in fear. What a terrifying divine world! What a powerful gourd! Are those golden crows? Billions of golden crows? Kong Outyan's eyes were filled with panic. It's even more terrifying than Meng Sansheng and the yellow gourd. I'm a Tao god. Even if I'm just a newborn Tao god, I'm still immortal and indestructible. Just now, I actually felt like I was about to be destroyed. Kong Outyan ran in fear. In the divine world. Countless golden crows flew around the divine world for a while before flying back to the green gourd. Rumble. The scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, all the golden crows entered the gourd. The man in the green robe looked at the exit of the divine world and squinted his eyes. Resurrection. This is a Tao god. Wait until I unlock another seal on the fire crow gourd. Even if you are a Tao god, I will burn you to ashes. The man in the green robe carried the fire crow gourd and walked into the mountain of ancestors. West Divine Continent, outside the Thousand Buddha City. Kong Daoqiu was standing on the peak of a mountain, watching the battle in the Thousand Buddha City. A man carrying a yellow gourd was facing all the experts of the great Buddha Empire. Is this person from the Archaean sacred ground? Why haven't I seen him before? What is he doing here? Kong Daoqiu frowned. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he listened to the battle in the distance. Shadi. What? Is this person crazy? Is he really going to make the entire Thousand Buddha City his enemy? Kong Mok has the help of the Lotus God. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. Kong Daoqiu frowned in shock. He attacked. Kong Mok is indeed like this. He lost his cool after a few words. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and sighed. Baby, please turn around. Bam! Kong Mok's head flew into the air. Kong Daoqiu's face stiffened and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is impossible. Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. Kong Mok's head was chopped off with one slash. In an instant. In just an instant. This is not real. This is impossible. Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. In the distance, Kong Mok's head flew into the air and he was in disbelief. He was chopped off just like that. Chopped into two. Kong Mok's head flew into the air and the officials and guards behind him were petrified. Then, they screamed. This is impossible. Your Majesty. No. The courtiers roared in unison. They were filled with grief and hatred. In the distance, at the peak of a palace, Shadi's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bone protruded from his forehead as he looked coldly at the head that flew into the air. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. He stood there like an army of thousands of men and horses. The guards who were rushing toward Kong Mok were shocked and they saw Kong Mok's head flying into the air. Charge! Charge my ass! Your Majesty! All the guards rushed toward Kong Mok. Kong Mok did not expect Shadi to be so ferocious and to kill without hesitation. Lotus Goddess, save me! Kong Mok's head barely managed to utter a cry. A white lotus flower slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. I have already saved you. That slash cut off your spiritual soul. If I had not protected your spiritual soul, you would be a headless corpse now. A voice came from the white lotus flower. Lotus Goddess, what is that slash? Kong Mok asked in horror as his head fell to the ground. The Immortal slaying gourd and the Immortal slaying flying saber. However, it seems that you have not reached your strongest state yet. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to protect you. Lotus Goddess said. Ah! Plop! Kong Mok's head fell to the ground. In the distance, Shadi squinted his eyes. He's not completely dead? Shadi asked in surprise. This was the first time that the Immortal slaying flying saber had not destroyed his spiritual soul. Shadi was about to rush toward Kong Mok. The holy ground of the Holy Clan and the Kong family have always minded our own business. Do you want to become enemies with the Kong family today? Boom! A deafening sound suddenly came from the sky above the city of Buddhas. A gust of majestic aura pressed down on Shadi, who was rushing towards Kong Mok. Shadi raised his head, and a gust of ferocious chi soared into the sky. Ancestor! The disciples of the Kong family exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw a man in green standing in the sky. There were several cracks on his face, which sent chills down everyone's spine. The cracks were not scars. That crack looked extremely strange. It was as if the green-robed man's entire body was made of ceramic. When the ceramic shattered, cracks appeared. The man in green's face was full of cracks, and his eyes were filled with ferocious chi. He stared at Shadi coldly. Both of them looked ferocious, and their auras soared. Their ferocious chi made the experts around them turn pale. Are you Demon King Kong? Feng Xiao's face darkened. Demon King Kong was confronting Sha Di. Feng Xiao reacted instantly, taking advantage of this opportunity to run towards where Kong Mok's head had fallen. Your Majesty, are you all right? I deserve to die. Feng Xiao knelt beside Kong Mok's head. Put my head back on my body. Kong Mok said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Xiao quickly picked up Kong Mok's head and went to the headless body. Then, he carefully placed the head on Kong Mok's head. Buzz! A white lotus bloomed above Kong Mok's head, giving off a soft white light. Kong Mok's head and body were quickly connected. When the officials saw this, they were overjoyed. His face immediately lit up with joy. Holy Wanan. Chapter 1099. East Divine Continent, Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, Yanjin. On top of a mountain outside Yanjin, Meng Sansheng carried a giant purple gourd on his back and looked coldly at the luck in Yanjin. In the distance, at the entrance of the facing sky hall, Yan Chuan was dressed in a dragon robe as he led his ministers out of the skyward palace. Feng Yinyang, Wang Jian, Bai Ditian and Yin Hentian all looked gloomy. Even the queen and Zizi came to the front of the facing sky hall and looked at Meng Sansheng seriously. A day ago, they were fighting for the seal. In just one day, Meng Sansheng came from the Middle Divine Continent. Goddess Xichen's words were still vivid in his mind. He had to become an ancestral immortal or gather all the merit and luck in the world. Meng Sansheng was obviously not an ancestral immortal, so there was only one way to get the luck of Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Zizi's eyes flashed anxiously. After all, one was her husband and the other was her grandfather. Even if her grandfather had never taken care of her, they were still related by blood. Meng Sansheng looked at the Sea of Luck. Then, Meng Sansheng looked at Yan Chuan. The two overlords looked at each other. Although they were far away from each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. The people in Yanjin didn't even dare to breathe. Yan Chuan, I think you already know why I'm here. Give me all the luck and I'll leave immediately. Meng Sansheng said. Yan Chuan smiled and said, Meng Sansheng, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Meng Sansheng raised an eyebrow. Meng Sansheng, Goddess Xichen said that there are two ways to get the seal. One is to have the world, and the other is to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. Why do we need the strength of an ancestral immortal? Yan Chuan said. Meng Sansheng frowned as he looked at Yan Chuan. He didn't know what Yan Chuan wanted to say. Last time, when Jing Ting took the Dao seal, you should know that the 10 Dao seals of heaven and earth have all fallen into the hands of the heroes of the immortal world. Only this last one is left. Do you really think that the heroes of the immortal world don't know about this place? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Oh. It's fine if ordinary experts don't know about it, but the supreme experts definitely know about it. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. There must be immortals ascending. The location of this world will definitely be revealed. Why didn't the supreme experts of the immortal world pluck the last one earlier? Yan Chuan continued asking. Meng Sansheng frowned. Divine sect and sacred ground aren't strong enough. Meng Sansheng isn't strong enough either. I'm sure that you'll be targeted by the experts of the immortal world if you take action. Can your divine world stop the experts of the immortal world? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng's face suddenly turned ugly. As Yan Chuan said, was the location of this world really so hidden that no one knew about it? Only Jing Ting and the others got the slightest bit of information. Absolutely impossible. Who knew how many immortals had ascended in the past tens of thousands of years? wasn't the news leaked enough? But at this moment, not many people knew about it. As Yan Chuan said, the heroes of the world had some kind of taboo, or some kind of powerful force that prevented them from knowing about it. If the seal wasn't broken, then so be it. Once it was broken, this taboo would disappear. At that time, the Tao seal would become the focus of the world. The divine race had its strange characteristics. Thousands of years ago, Meng Sansheng even went to the immortal world and brought back the ninth rat. At that time, he had a little understanding of the immortal world. Naturally, he understood that although the divine sect and sacred ground were strong now, it still wasn't enough to face the entire immortal world. ZZ's recent rise in strength must have something to do with you. Meng Sansheng, I don't know what's going on with your strength, but I can see that you need opportunities. If you want to take the Tao seal, wait for a few more opportunities. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meng Sansheng stared at Yan Chuan for a while and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan. What a sharp tongue. I was almost convinced by you. Humph. I must have the Tao seal. We'll talk about the immortal world later. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yan Chuan's face sank. Yan Chuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the Tao seal or not? Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yan Chuan sneered. Unless I give it to you, no one can take it from me. Humph, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. The entire Yan Jin will be buried with your mistake. Meng Sansheng shouted. He patted the Hong Meng gourd gently. Treasure, please. Yan Chuan's face sank. He stepped forward and grabbed at the sky. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted. Whoosh. A powerful force fell from the sky. Yan Chuan's palm seemed to have pulled down the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above Yan Jin. Countless stars fell and bombarded Meng Sansheng. Feng Yinyang's face sank behind Yan Chuan. Array, rise. Whoosh. Fog suddenly appeared around Yan Jin. Feng Yinyang quickly used an array to protect the entire city. Countless stars appeared and trapped Meng Sansheng in the center. A powerful force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Ha 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 ha. Meng Sansheng laughed disdainfully. The Hong Meng gourd had already started to absorb the stars. Although there were many of them and they were big, they were all absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd. Rumble. The rolling stars were absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd in a short while. World suppressing. Yan Chuan shouted. The burying heaven copper coffin appeared in his hand and fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it flew towards Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed and he pointed the Hong Meng gourd at Yan Chuan. Treasure, please. Whoosh. A powerful suction force acted on the sky-burying bronze coffin. Grow. Yan Chuan shouted. The sky-burying bronze coffin suddenly expanded. It didn't shrink like other creatures. Instead, it crashed into the Hong Meng gourd as if it wasn't affected by the suction force. Boom. The two treasures collided with a loud bang. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted again. Buzz. Countless stars began to revolve around Meng Sansheng once more. As they revolved around him, a powerful pressure pressed down on him. The two treasures were in a deadlock. Yan Chuan attacked again and a terrifying force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Yan Chuan. Everyone underestimated you. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Roar. Meng Sansheng roared. His hair and pupils suddenly turned purple. At the same time, a pair of huge purple wings that were 20 meters long appeared on his back. Boom. Meng Sansheng's strength rose sharply. The tremendous power seemed to have forced out a storm, viciously repelling the stars in the surroundings. All kinds of purple feathers seemed to be falling from the sky. Meng Sansheng used his strength again and the Hong Meng Gourd's suction force rose again. Ka ka ka. The sky-burying bronze coffin trembled as if it couldn't resist anymore. Humph. Yan Chuan snorted coldly and unleashed his super mystique as well. His long hair and eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a sea of blood filled the sky and countless blood clouds appeared in all directions. Yan Chuan was like a peerless demon god standing on the sea of blood. Yan Chuan used his super ability to control the sky-burying bronze coffin again and the Hong Meng Gourd was immediately suppressed. Impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you be so powerful? Meng Sansheng's face changed. Aren't you immortal too? Yan Chuan snorted. Soul formation. Meng Sansheng shouted. The purple feathers in the air rapidly gathered together, forming hundreds of babies with purple wings on their backs. Each of the babies held a purple bough in their hands and shot towards Yan Chuan. Ha, blood gods. Yan Chuan sneered. Boom. Hundreds of blood gods suddenly rushed out from the sea of blood and slashed at the babies with purple wings. Boom. In the south of Beijing, the battle was already extremely intense, and a storm was raging everywhere. Countless stars returned to Yan Chuan's hand. Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with a murderous light as he threw a punch at Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face darkened as he threw a punch. Boom. The two overlords clashed and neither of them gave in. They glared at each other. Their energy was rising. Boom. When the two of them attacked, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed. It seemed to be repelling the power that was beyond this world. At the entrance of Yanjin, the ministers were worried. Miao, should we help Yan Chuan? Miao asked anxiously. Zizi took a deep breath and shook her head. No, they haven't used their full strength yet. Otherwise, Yan Chuan would have started to use the power of the Great Zenith. When the two palms collided, Meng Sansheng's eyes became gloomy. Meng Sansheng, I know you still have power, but do you think I don't? This is Yanjin, my home ground. I'm only doing this to tell you that the divine world isn't invincible. You won't be able to take the seal. Today, you alone can't do anything to me, Yan Chuan said. Huh? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. And I want to tell you that I'm not the strongest in Yanjin. Yan Chuan said again. What? Meng Sansheng's face changed. It's like you're number one in the divine world? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Meng Sansheng's face changed. The seal might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Think twice. Yan Chuan said again. Meng Sansheng flapped his wings. Boom. The palms of the two separated with a loud bang. Whoosh. Meng Sansheng summoned the Hong Meng Gourd and retreated. The battle stopped. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. In the distance, Yan Chuan stood on the blood sea with his hands behind his back. Meng Sansheng, you're smart. I won't see you off. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Humph. Meng Sansheng snorted and left. Swish. Meng Sansheng disappeared in a blink. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. The people and officials of Great Jin cheered. Yan Chuan put away the blood sea and the sky-burying coffin and returned to the square. That's great. Zizi stepped forward excitedly. Phew. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang and the others' faces changed. I'm fine. Meng Sansheng is indeed powerful. I have some internal injuries, so I need to go into seclusion for a while. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Chapter 1100. In the cultivation room. Yan Chuan was recovering from his injuries alone. Meng Sansheng was right. He was not the strongest in Yan capital. It was not because there were officials who could defeat him, but because Yan Chuan had another zombie body. Yan Chuan's strength was soaring at an unbelievable speed as he cultivated the body of a general and minister. This was Yan Chuan's trump card. Yan Chuan did not want to reveal it yet. As for Meng Sansheng, why should he reveal it when he could persuade him with words? My strength is comparable to a heavenly immortal, but I'm still slightly weaker than a great immortal. I can fight a great immortal with the sky-burying coffin. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng also has the Hong Meng gourd. Fortunately, my divine ability has reached the 3rd level, so I can use it as I wish. I'm no longer limited by time. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand with a solemn expression. There were countless stars spinning in his palm. This emperor used a super divine ability, the universe in the palm. That palm was no small matter, but Meng Sansheng managed to block it. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The 12th level of the upper void stage. My divine ability must be the peak of a mortal. It might even surpass a heavenly immortal and reach the level of a great immortal. Meng Sansheng blocked it, but I was injured by the backlash. However, Meng Sansheng is still immortal. This can only mean one thing. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The 12th level of the upper void stage. Maybe, it's not the peak of a mortal. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was there a 13th level of the upper void stage above it? Yan Chuan frowned and slowly got up. In the upper study. Yan Chuan looked at the officials. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Yi Feng asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Yan Chuan shook his head. That's good. The officials said with a smile. Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yes, Your Majesty. We have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Oh. Yin Hentian asked curiously. The officials also looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Could it be that the limit of mortals is really the 12th level of the upper void stage? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. 12th level of the upper void stage. In the upper study room, the officials were surprised. Wasn't the limit of mortals at the 12th level of the upper void stage? Why did His Majesty ask? Yin Hentian was also at a loss as he replied, That's right, Your Majesty. According to what I know, this is already the limit of mortals. Are you sure? Yan Chuan frowned. Yin Hentian frowned and said, My Yin clan existed before the great calamity of the ancient times. According to what I know, this is indeed the case. The 12th level of the void stage is indeed the limit for mortals. Hearing Yin Hentian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. Among the officials, Jin Dayu frowned deeply. After pondering for a while, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Jin Dayu said. Oh. Everyone looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Hentian and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, perhaps what Lord Yin said is reasonable. However, I feel that it is not entirely true. Oh. Yan Chuan asked curiously. The 12th level of the upper void stage. After passing the tribulation, one would become a heaven celestial. However, my ancestor seemed to. Jin Dayu frowned. Seemed to what? Jin Dayu took a deep breath and said, My ancestor passed the tribulation with a mortal body. After passing the tribulation, he became an ancestral celestial. What? Impossible. Yin Hentian exclaimed in shock. In the upper study room, the officials were shocked. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. My ancestor was born in the sun. According to what I know, my ancestor stayed in the sun for almost 1,000,000 years to pass the tribulation and become an ancestral celestial. Only then did he break through with the help of the sun. Jin Dayu said. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Hentian was no longer calm. Lord Jin, who is your ancestor? How is that possible? Why have I never heard of him? Jin Dayu smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Lord Yin. Yin Hentian did not pursue the matter. However, he was deep in thought. He waited for 1,000,000 years when he was immortal. Yan Chuan was shocked. My ancestor was special. However, after 1,000,000 years of accumulation, he broke through and became an ancestral celestial. Although 1,000,000 years is a long time, it is more difficult to break through after becoming an immortal. If an immortal cultivates slowly, it will take a long time to become an ancestral celestial. Jin Dayu nodded. Your Majesty, actually, we can do it too. Lu Gang's expression changed. Oh. Your Majesty, with the dream of heaven's secrets, we can also spend 10,000 years in the mortal world before ascending together. Lu Gang said excitedly. 1,000,000 years? If they could dream of heaven's secrets for 10,000 years, wouldn't that be equivalent to 2,000,000 years? The officials were tempted. However, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, the dream of heaven's secrets isn't omnipotent. Indeed, it can accumulate 200 times the power of one's birth chart. However, it's not just the power of one's birth chart that determines one's birth chart. One must also comprehend the Tao and comprehend one's own Tao. However, if one's soul is divided into 200 parts, it won't be easy to comprehend the Tao. Comprehending the Tao requires one to forget oneself and perfect oneself. Don't rely too much on the dream of heaven's secrets. Yes. Lu Gang was discouraged. Before transcending the immortal tribulation, I'll take all of you to absorb all the potential in the dream of heaven's secrets. After all, we can't waste it. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Yes. Everyone said excitedly. Although it was not as terrifying as Jin Dayu's ancestor, it would at least be after transcending the tribulation and surpassing the heaven immortal realm, right? Like Jin Dayu's ancestor, he had to wait 1,000,000 years. Yan Chuan did not have that much time. Yan Chuan had too many concerns in this world. In the West Divine Continent. In the Great Buddha Dynasty. The Sha Di versus Demon King Kong. Demon King Kong did not fight in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Demon King Kong suddenly tore at the void. Boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared in the void. Demon King Kong glanced at the Sha Di. The Sha Di understood tacitly. Boom! The two peerless experts stepped into the hole. Rumble! The huge hole in the void slowly closed. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, countless people were horrified. Zhao Xianji and Feng Shao were also at a loss. How is this possible? A disciple of the Kong family exclaimed. The ancestor tore open the sky and took the Sha Di to the immortal realm. Their battlefield is in the immortal realm. They went to the immortal realm to fight. Countless experts revealed looks of astonishment. These two people were too domineering. Were they not afraid of not coming back? In the distance, Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. The ancestor's strength is indeed fierce. Kong Daoqiu sighed. Then, Kong Daoqiu looked at Kong Mok in the distance. Kong Mok watched Demon King Kong and the Sha Di leave with a complicated look in his eyes. Demon King Kong. He seems to be guarding against you. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. Oh. That's normal. Which ambitious person would put their own safety in the hands of others? Demon King Kong has been exposed in this realm, and the Sha Di is not to be underestimated. Demon King Kong is worried that after both sides are injured, he will be taken advantage of, so he went to the immortal realm. He is very cautious. Lotus Goddess said lightly. When can I reach his level? Kong Mok's eyes were filled with anticipation. His level? You have just become a sky immortal, so there's still a long way to go. When you reach the peak of the sky immortal realm, you can borrow my power to deal with him. Moreover, after this battle, Demon King Kong will be even more injured. Lotus Goddess said lightly. Why not a great immortal? Kong Mok frowned. Do you think it's easy for an immortal to pass a tribulation? A mortal's tribulation is to strengthen their Tao heart and give them the confidence to continue cultivating. An immortal's tribulation is fatal every time. Don't think that Gong Yang Tao Lu is a great immortal. I'm sure that he used countless treasures to pass his tribulation. What treasures do you have? An immortal's tribulation is difficult. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly, but he could only nod. Kong Mok did not leave. Instead, he led his officials to the Pantheon Square and waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days. On the second day, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the Kong family. Boom! A beam of white light shot into the sky, and then everything returned to normal. Demon King Kong is back. Lotus Goddess said to Kong Mok. How did he come back? Kong Mok asked in surprise. Kong Mok is seriously injured, so he can't break the seal from the immortal realm. However, perhaps he has a treasure that can send him back. Lotus Goddess said. Treasure? Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Lotus Goddess seemed to have guessed Kong Mok's thoughts. Although I didn't see the treasure, it must be more powerful than a great immortal weapon if it can send him back. If you can get it, you will have a great chance to pass the tribulation and become a great immortal. However, can you snatch it? Kong Mok's face darkened. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Realm. Ancestral Mountain. Boom! 7-colored light shone from the Ancestral Mountain. With a loud tremor, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Shadi stepped into it. At this moment, Shadi's yellow robe had many cracks, and there were 5 bloody marks on his face. He looked extremely miserable. Not far away, Meng Sansheng's expression changed, and he flew over. Brother San, how are you? Meng Sansheng asked. Shadi said in a low voice, Demon King Kong is indeed powerful. I'm injured, but he's more seriously injured. Like me, he returned without success. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. What? Something happened to Dajin too? Shadi said in a low voice. Meng Sansheng smiled bitterly and said, I've already told my brother, and I'll tell you again later. My brother has decided to give up on the seal of this world. What? Give up? Shadi's face darkened. My brother has decided to move the divine race back. Meng Sansheng said in a low voice. Move back. Back to the divine realm? Shadi's face darkened. Meng Sansheng nodded. Shadi's face flashed with reluctance. Let's go and see my brother first. Okay. The two of them flew down the mountain and headed towards the cave. 3 years later. Yanjin, Dajin's heavenly empire. A hall master of the archaic sects landed in front of Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan took the letter curiously. Meng Hongying asked me to give this to you and Sage Z. The hall master said. Yen Chuan opened it and read it. After reading for a while, Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. The archaic sects are going to enter the divine realm? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we'll all enter the divine realm in 3 years. Since Yen Di has received the letter, I'll go back. The hall master said. With that, the hall master left quickly. The archaic sects were leaving. Not knowing why, Yen Chuan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Chapter 1101. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Central Divine Continent, Archaic Sect Sacred Ground, outside the Divine World. At this moment, a large number of disciples were flying toward the divine world from all directions. At the entrance of the divine world, some disciples were responsible for screening those who were qualified to enter the divine world. At this moment, a lady in red was standing on top of a small mountain outside the divine world. The lady in red was looking around as if she was trying to find someone in the sea of people. Meng Hongying was still dressed in red, but she was no longer as bold as before. She seemed to have become more conservative, but even wearing a fur coat could not hide her enchanting appearance. At this moment, a hall master flew over quickly. "Saintess, let's go. The sacred master has instructed us to leave the divine world soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," the hall master said. Meng Hongying said anxiously. She turned to look at the hall master. "Did you deliver the letter I gave you?" Meng Hongying asked with a frown. "Saintess, I definitely delivered it. I personally delivered it to Yan Chuan," the hall master shouted. "Delivered? Why isn't he here?" Meng Hongying bit her lips. "Ah. You can leave now," Meng Hongying said irritably. "Saintess, it's too late. Everyone else has gone in. We are the only ones left," the hall master said anxiously. "I'll wait a little longer. You can leave now." Meng Hongying shook her head stubbornly. The hall master looked bitter. "You are the sacred master's granddaughter. If you don't go in, how can I go in?" At this moment, almost everyone had entered the divine world. Meng Sanqing stepped out. "Hongying," Meng Sanqing said. "Grandfather." Meng Hongying was anxious. "It's time to go. Come back," Meng Sanqing said. Meng Hongying frowned and nodded reluctantly. She flew to the entrance of the divine world. Meng Hongying glanced at her surroundings in disappointment. However, she still did not see what she was waiting for. Meng Hongying sighed unwillingly and stepped into the divine world. Meng Sanqing was the last to enter. Before entering, Meng Sanqing glanced at a forest in the distance and raised his eyebrows. However, Meng Sanqing also entered the divine world. It was as if he no longer cared about the affairs of this world. Meng Sanqing stepped in. Several figures walked out of the forest in the distance. They were Yan Chuan, Zizi, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan sighed as he watched Meng Hongying enter. Yan Chuan finally understood why he felt so lost. At the side, Zizi grabbed Yan Chuan's arm. At this moment, there was no longer any celestial phenomenon punishment. It was as though Yan Chuan was somewhat immune to it. Zizi seemed to have noticed Yan Chuan's expression and asked softly, "Why don't you come out and say goodbye to them?" "Forget it. We don't want to have too many worries. Let her go with the wind. With no worries in the heart, there will be no worries. Isn't that better?" Yan Chuan smiled. Zizi seemed to be able to sense Yan Chuan's emotions. Looking at the entrance to the God world in the distance, she hugged Yan Chuan's arm tightly. In the distance, at the entrance to the God world. Boom! The entrance to the God world exploded. Hum! The surrounding void seemed to be distorted violently. Gusts of whirlwinds erupted from the entrance of the God world. High up in the sky, the countless merits of the God world suddenly converged rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller. Gradually, they disappeared. Several thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After the thunderclaps, the sky was clear and the clouds faded. Everything returned to normal. The entire God world has ascended, Wang Jian exclaimed. Yan Chuan and Zizi looked into the distance without saying anything. In the God world, Meng Hongying stepped in dejectedly. Meng Sanqing stood beside Meng Hongying. "Hongying, were you the one who told Yan Chuan that we were leaving?" Meng Sanqing asked in a deep voice. Meng Hongying's expression changed and she turned to look at the temple master. Saintess, I didn't say that. Please forgive me. The temple master immediately cried out. Don't look anymore. I just saw Yan Chuan and ZZ. Meng Sansheng shook his head. The temple master sighed. What? Yan Chuan? ZZ. He's here. Meng Hongying exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the entrance of the god world as if she wanted to leave. Whoosh! A vortex suddenly appeared at the entrance of the god world. The god world has been transported back to the immortal world. It's no longer the sealed world outside. Meng Sansheng shook his head. Ah! Meng Hongying smiled bitterly. Don't think about anything else. Meng Sansheng said. Meng Sansheng then left and flew towards the ancestral mountain. The temple master also left immediately, leaving Meng Hongying alone. She stared at the entrance of the god world in a daze. Meng Hongying's lips curled into a smile as if she thought of something happy. The divine sect's sacred ground. Yan Chuan and the others stood there for a while. Your Majesty, should we return? Jin Dayu asked. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, we should return. The final battle is about to begin. Jin Dayu and Wang Jian's expression froze when they heard Yan Chuan's words. They also understood that the final battle with the great Buddha Empire was about to begin. Two heavenly empires to divide the world. Given Yan Chuan's personality, it was impossible. Either Dajun would swallow the great Buddha, or the great Buddha would swallow Dajun. The world would be divided into three. Now, the situation had changed. Next would be a huge world war. The group of people quickly headed towards the east. A few months later. Great Buddha Empire, Thousand Buddha City. Kong Mo Ku also received news that the Archaean sect's sacred ground had left. A court meeting was held in the Thousand Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, the Archaean sect's sacred ground has left. There are no strong enemies in the central divine continent now. Our great Buddha Empire can march straight down. Feng Shao exclaimed excitedly. Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhao Xianji said excitedly. Kong Mo Ku nodded excitedly. Zhao Xianji will be the Eastern Expedition Marshal. He will lead the troops in the Eastern Expedition Army and conquer the central divine continent. Yes. Zhao Xianji replied. Feng Shao frowned but did not refute. Instead, he congratulated, Congratulations, Lord Zhao. Zhao Xianji looked at Feng Shao and frowned, but still nodded. Kong family. Kong Dao Qiu looked at the envelope in his hand. Two disciples of the Kong family stood in front of him. Family head. The Archaean sect's sacred ground has left. Great Zhen, Great Buddha, the war is about to begin. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. Ah. My Kong family might be affected too. Kong Dao Qiu said with an ugly expression. Isn't it fine if my Kong family doesn't participate in their war? Don't participate. Ha, will Kong Mo Ku care about our family? He has the Lotus God's protection. What is my Kong family? Kong Dao Qiu's expression was ugly. Family head, is the Lotus God really back? The disciple of the Kong family frowned. You don't believe me either. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. No, of course I believe in you. The disciple immediately said. Send out all the disciples of the family to gather information about the armies of the two dynasties. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. Yes. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yan Capital, Chaotian Palace. Yan Chuan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully. Some of them looked serious, while others looked excited. Yi Feng. Yan Chuan said. Present. Yi Feng stepped forward. Yi Feng will be the West conquering marshal. He will be in charge of the army. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Huo Guang will be the first marshal. He will lead the first legion from the South Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Jin Dayu will be the second marshal. He will lead the third legion from the North Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yin Hentian will be the third marshal. He will lead the fifth legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Wang Jian will be the fourth marshal. He will lead the 6th Legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yes, Your Majesty. All the marshals replied. Li Si will be in charge of logistics. He will pacify the people and enforce the law. Yan Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si replied. Announce to the world that the Western expedition has begun. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar! Above the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens and earth. Countless people in the entire Great Jin world heard the dragon's roar. Countless people were curious. The Great Jin army's western expedition had begun. The various legion generals quickly led their trusted subordinates and prepared to lead the various Great Jin armies to conquer the world. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were at a loss when they saw the news from Great Jin. Meng Lingtian said bitterly, Great Jin is developing too quickly. The world is vast, and all the land belongs to the king. I wonder how Great Jin will treat us. One of the immortals said with a frown. If Great Jin wanted to deal with us, they would have done so long ago. Yan Chuan is a man of his word. I believe in him. Meng Lingtian said solemnly. The immortals looked at Meng Lingtian, sighed, and nodded. The Julu Academy naturally did not have the ambition to conquer the world. They could only hope that Great Jin would fulfill their promise. Yanjing. In front of Xianyang Palace. Yifeng, Zizi, Miao, Feng Yinyang, Bai Ditian, and the others looked at Yan Chuan. The 12th level of the upper void stage. I want to find the opportunity for mortals to break through. This is the last time, and I will find it. You guys will guard Yanjing. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Miao frowned and said, Miao, you've passed the immortal tribulation and become a heaven immortal. Can't you just cultivate further? Yan Chuan smiled. It's much harder for immortals to improve their cultivation compared to mortals. Time doesn't wait for me. Miao felt helpless. Be careful. Zizi said. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. The 12th level of the upper void stage was like a checkpoint. However, Jin Dayu said there was a precedent, so Yan Chuan did not want to give up. He entered the sky-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang shouted, Soul, go. Yan Chuan's soul suddenly split into 200 parts and entered the celestial realm. One of the 200 parts followed the footsteps of the past and went to a faraway place in the celestial realm. In a small house in the mountains. A man was lying on the table, sleeping with his eyes closed. Whoosh! The man suddenly woke up. His eyes became sharp. It was Yan Chuan's eyes. The man possessed by Yan Chuan stood up and looked in a direction. In the distance, there was a giant tree that reached the sky. The world tree. The cypress tree. I'm back. Last time, I comprehended the universe in my palm. This time, I hope I can find the opportunity from you, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1102. It was still the same body, but it was a mortal body last time. This time, it was a Qi Jing expert. Obviously, after saving the cypress tree, he was protected by a large number of immortals who taught him cultivation. After all, the cypress tree was only alive because of this young man. If this young man died, the cypress tree would be doomed. Therefore, the immortals all around protected him. Yan Chuan walked out of the house and flew toward the cypress tree. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, two immortals, one in red and one in white, were playing chess. Suddenly, they saw Yan Chuan running toward the Tree of World. They were slightly surprised. Huh? That kid went to the Tree of World again. Yeah, that kid was scared out of his wits when the immortals gathered last time. In the end, no one took him in as a disciple. They just gave him cultivation methods and we helped guide him. His talent is too poor. I don't know how he was chosen by the Tree of World. He has so many treasures, but he's only in the Qi Jing realm. Forget it, we'll play our own game. No one else is allowed to get close to the Tree of World. That kid will be fine. Okay. The two immortals nodded and continued to play chess. Yan Chuan also arrived at the Tree of World without any problems. The vast Tree of World seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It took him a while to go around the Tree of World once. A while, and that was because he was in the Qi Jing realm. He touched the Tree of World. The Tree of World trembled all of a sudden. Yan Chuan seemed to feel the tree's excitement from within. You know me? Yan Chuan asked. But the Tree of World did not answer. It only expressed a little emotion. Yan Chuan felt helpless. But Yan Chuan did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back against the Tree of World and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In the distance, the two immortals looked at Yan Chuan blankly. That kid is cultivating at the Tree of World. The old man in red was confused. Ignore it. The old man in white shook his head. Yan Chuan leaned against the Tree of World and used his mind to feel the Tree of World's emotions. Once he sat down, he sat there for an entire year. In the distance, the two immortals became more and more distracted as they played chess. From time to time, he would look at Yan Chuan in the distance. There were traces of blue light around Yan Chuan, as if he had become one with the Tree of World. The faces of the two immortals twitched. Could this kid have received another message from the World Tree? Should we inform the sect? I think we should wait a little longer. Don't call the elders of the sect over like last time, and we don't know anything. He thought of his previous experience. The two immortals felt bitter again. The young man in front of him was frightened, and so were the two immortals. Countless experts had surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions, but he knew nothing. At that time, he had almost been tortured into confessing. Before they left, all the experts looked at them suspiciously, causing the two immortals to panic. Yan Chuan sat cross-legged. 1 year. 2 years. In the 3rd year. Finally, in his daze, Yan Chuan seemed to hear a voice. It sounded like a conversation between two people. May all the people in the world be like dragons and live forever. An old man's voice sounded. Bai Huang. A young man's voice sounded. Bai Yi, my Bai family focuses on scholarly achievements and has a long way to go. You are the most talented person in my Bai family. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Bai Huang said softly. Bai Yi? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he called Bai Yi in his previous life? This young man had the same name as him. But in his previous life, he didn't know any Bai Huang. Yan Chuan fell into deep thought, and the record from the Tree of World came again. Bai Huang, the Bai family was born because of you. You once told me that the birth of the Bai family came from a cypress tree that reached the heavens and the earth. My Bai family was born with it. Why haven't I seen this cypress tree? I've studied the geography of the world, but I've never seen the cypress tree you mentioned. Bai Yi asked curiously. That cypress tree is the foundation of my Bai family. I've placed it in an extremely safe place. As long as the cypress tree exists, the Bai family will exist forever. My Bai family and that cypress tree are bound together for good or ill, Bai Huang said. An extremely safe place. Bai Yi asked curiously. Don't worry. If I say it's safe, it's safe. There's a trace of my spirit in that cypress tree. I've also let it merge with a trace of your spirit. Bai Huang said. Oh. My Bai family was born by the tree. With that trace of my spirit, even if your spirit is destroyed and your life providence shattered, the cypress tree will do its best to save you. However, the price will be great. Bai Huang said. Bai Huang, I once heard Gue Guzi mention that the cypress tree can give you a chance to be reborn. Only once? Bai Yi's emotions were somewhat intense. Yes, only once, but this time, you and I will share this opportunity. Bai Huang laughed heartily. Bai Huang, if you do this, This chance, if I die first, I'll be reborn. If you die first, this chance will be given to you. Isn't that great? Bai Huang said casually. You're the leader of my Bai family. You're sharing a chance to be reborn with me. I can't. Bai Yi sighed. Ha ha ha, do you wish for me to die early? No, I wish for you to transcend. You can live forever. That's enough. Where's your Bai Yi's spirit? Don't harp on this. I've divined the future. In my Bai family, only you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me or even surpass me. It's the fortune of my Bai family and the world. Bai Huang said. Then, have you divined how to live forever? Bai Yi smiled. It's easy to live forever, but it's difficult not to die. If you want to live forever, you have to transcend fate. No one can shake fate. Bai Huang sighed. I'll transcend. I'm here today to discuss something with you. Bai Yi said solemnly. Oh. I'm going to bury myself. Bai Yi said. What? Bai Huang asked solemnly. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, 4 yin virtue, and 5 merit. My Bai family focuses on merit, assisting the world and assisting the emperors. I think we'll never be able to transcend. Bai Yi said. Yan Chuan frowned again. 5 merit? Weren't they supposed to study? You want to establish a dynasty? Bai Huang asked. Yes. In the past, the system cultivated luck, feng shui, yin virtue, and reading. It was the human ancestor who created the path of life cultivation. As for reading, it was completely reduced to merit. Reading thousands of books and selling them to the emperors? Ha, my Bai family can only be an assistant. My Bai family can only be an assistant. Bai Yi said. What's wrong with being an assistant? Bai Huang asked. No, to transcend, one must have the ambition to create a new world. If one's heart is not firm, how can one transcend? How can one live forever? Bai Yi said. Once a life cultivator who establishes a dynasty fails, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, Bai Huang said. I know that the human ancestor created a dangerous path. In the end, he did not reach the end and fell. However, I am not prepared to back down. I am willing to face the world's calamity. I am willing to cut off all thorns. That person who transcends is in a deep slumber. I do not know when he will wake up. I do not know when he will destroy all life. I want to transcend before he wakes up. If I transcend, I can protect all life in the great 1,000 realms. Bai Yi said solemnly. This path is filled with danger. Are you not afraid of eternal damnation? Thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth. However, even without that chance, I want to continue. This is my treasure. Bai Yi said. A coffin? Yes, a coffin. I will carry this coffin and step onto the path of life cultivation. This coffin will constantly remind me that this is a path of no return. Once I admit defeat, I will bury everything. Bai Yi said solemnly. Carry the coffin on the path. Ha, you have already thought about your future. What else can I say? Bai Huang said in admiration. However, my Bai clan has its own principles. I will not give you too much convenience, and the Bai clan will not side with you. Bai Huang added. I understand. I am walking the path of life cultivation, while the Bai clan is cultivating fame. I will be damned at any time. Naturally, I will not drag the Bai clan down with me. However, I want to borrow someone from you. Bai Yi said. Oh. Your disciple, Mr. Gue Guzi. Bai Yi said. Okay. Bai Huang answered. I have already usurped life to give birth to Lan. Lan will give birth to a third me, named Ing. I will establish the country Great Qin. My main body will be buried in this coffin. In the future, when the three bodies merge into one, that will be the day I transcend. Bai Yi said solemnly. Bury yourself? Bai Huang sighed. This coffin is called the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It gathers the evil energy of the world. Only by burying my main body can I suppress it for my own use. Burying myself will suppress the world. Bai Yi said solemnly. Okay. Yan Chuan's heart was filled with emotions. This Bai Yi was a person of great spirit and courage. The voice stopped abruptly. However, Yan Chuan did not get up. He continued to wait. In a trance, he did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice sounded again. Bai Huang took a deep breath and sighed. Bai Yi, Lan, Ing. They have finally merged into one. Defeated? You won. The Lotus God's attack was imminent. You sacrificed yourself to help others transcend, blocking the Lotus God. You sacrificed yourself to protect the world, to protect the common people. It should have been yours. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to transcend fate. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to live forever. He transcended because of you, but he will never be as great as you. Bai Huang's voice was choked with emotions. He owes you. The whole world owes you. The whole great thousand world owes you. Bai Yi, the Bai clan is proud of you. People of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand world's transcendence. Farewell. My Great Qin. Farewell. My Great Qin. Farewell. My Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yan Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yan Chuan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1103. The Sealed Realm. The armies of the Great Jin Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire stormed into the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was already riddled with holes. Back when the arcane sects and sacred grounds were fighting for merit points, the Hall Masters had already wiped out all the middle-tier sections. The armies of the two dynasties didn't face too many obstacles as they continued to conquer the cities. In the sky above Yen capital, the Sea of Providence churned. When the battlefield opened, the Sea of Providence expanded. As the territory of the Great Jin Celestial Empire increased, so did the Providence. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yi Feng looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Lu Gang was the same. Lu Gang also didn't expect that he would reach his current level in such a short time. An Upper Void Realm expert sent a letter for us. A war report. Ha, Lord Yi, what do you think of this situation? Lu Gang asked excitedly. Let's do our best. After the Great Jin Celestial Empire, it's only a matter of time before an immortal becomes a messenger. Yi Feng said. Lu Gang nodded. It's been 10 years. The Middle Continent is almost equally divided between our dynasty and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire, right? Lu Gang asked. That's right. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire and the Great Jin Celestial Empire are now connected to the Middle Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. What's the next step? His Majesty has decreed that we will conquer the Middle Continent and the West Continent. We haven't conquered the Middle Continent yet, let alone the West Continent. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. The war has officially begun. Lu Gang's eyes narrowed. This morning, I have already sent the letter to the 4 commanders. The war has begun. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Lu Gang's emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Yifeng. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Reporting. A guard in the distance shouted. Then, the guard ran to the 2 of them. Sir, someone just sent this letter over and asked me to give it to Sir Yifeng. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Where is he? Yifeng asked. He's gone. This subordinate didn't even see his face clearly. That person handed over a 3rd-rank command medallion, said the guard. Rank token. Still trying to hide it. Their pupils shrank. He seemed to have guessed something. Yifeng quickly opened the letter. By His Majesty's decree, between the 2 dynasties of the world, I will cooperate with the army and advance bravely, kill. Bu Tian Pavilion. After Yifeng and Lu Gang finished reading, their eyes narrowed. Lu Gang waved his hand and the guard quickly retreated. That dark force of my dynasty. Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Heaven Mending Pavilion. Yifeng's eyes focused. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, 10,000 Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lord Zhao Xianji has been victorious all the way. Congratulations. Feng Shao bowed to Kong Mok. Good. We didn't misjudge him. Kong Mok's eyes flashed with excitement. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao Xianji requests Your Majesty to send strategists and capable ministers to lead troops and govern the new territory. Moreover, if we encounter the Great Jin army, it's inevitable that there will be an even more intense battle. Feng Shao said. Kong Mok nodded and said, approved. Feng Shao, I asked you to be in charge of logistics. I'm sure you have prepared the list of capable ministers. Kong Mok said lightly. Your Majesty, please take a look. Feng Shao handed over the list that he had prepared beforehand. Reporting to Your Majesty. Suddenly, a minister shouted. Oh. Lord Zhao Xianji has already prepared the list. The minister said. He then took out a list. When the minister said this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stiffened. Feng Shao was in charge of logistics. If Zhao Xianji interfered with the list, didn't that mean that he didn't trust Feng Shao? Feng Shao frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhao Xianji was still wary of him. Kong Mok frowned slightly but still took the list. After looking at it for a while, Kong Mok suddenly laughed. Lord Zhao Xianji, you've been a villain in vain this time. Kong Mok laughed. As he spoke, he passed the 2 lists to the ministers. The 2 lists are actually the same. Lord Zhao and Lord Feng's lists are exactly the same, but the order is different. The ministers were surprised. The face of the minister who stepped forward immediately flushed red. Feng Shao, don't take it to heart. Kong Mok said with a smile. Feng Shao smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you're overthinking. Lord Zhao Xianji is doing everything for the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. How can I blame him? I've also thought about this list because these people are the ones that Lord Zhao has used in the past and the ones that Lord Zhao has taken a fancy to in the past few imperial examinations. I'm in charge of logistics. Naturally, I have to make sure that the front lines are perfect. Good. Kong Mok praised. At the same time, he had a bad feeling about Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji was too petty. He was still suspecting Feng Shao. If Feng Shao had a problem, he wouldn't have done so much for the great Buddha celestial empire. It's my duty to share your majesty's worries, Feng Shao said respectfully. Great Buddha celestial empire. A large number of talented people were mobilized from various major cities and quickly sent to the central divine continent to help Zhao Xianji stabilize the newly conquered territory. Central divine continent. In the city lord's residence of a city. Zhao Xianji looked at the news from the imperial court and frowned for a moment. My lord, why do you keep suspecting Feng Shao? This time, they've completely shed all pretense of cordiality. An official looked at Zhao Xianji and asked. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Feng Shao. But. Zhao Xianji sighed. Why? Zhao Xianji shook his head and frowned. My lord, Great Zhen and Great Buddha Celestial Empire have started a war. Great Zhen's 4 marshals have divided into 16 armies and are marching towards our army's encampment. What should we do now? The official asked worriedly. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Great Buddha Celestial Empire has never been afraid of anyone. Great Zhen's generals are valiant, but we also have the Emperor's modified people. Since they dare to invade, we'll make them all stay. Zhao Xianji said with a serious look in his eyes. Yes. Pass down my order. 1st Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Huo Guang shouted. Pass down my order. 3rd Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Jin Dayu said in a deep voice. Pass down my order. 5th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Yin Hentian said coldly. Pass down my order. 6th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Wang Jian shouted. Yes. In the central divine continent, a massacre was raging. The armies of the 2 dynasties started to charge for the first time. This war lasted for a month. Both sides suffered casualties. Both sides had their share of victories and losses. Great Zhen's army was unstoppable. However, as Great Buddha Celestial Empire's strategists increased, the speed of the army's advance was slowed down. Just as the 2 armies were in a stalemate. In a valley. Thousands of black-robed men gathered in the valley. The leader stood with his hands behind his back. The thousands of black-robed men bowed respectfully. 1 sword division greets the pavilion master. 2 sword division greets the pavilion master. 9 sword division greets the pavilion master. The 9,000 black-robed men bowed respectfully to the leader. Do you know about this mission? The leader asked indifferently. Yes. Everyone answered. I don't want to see any mistakes. Make any mistakes. The pavilion master said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. Go. The pavilion master said indifferently. Whoosh. The 9,000 black-robed men shot into the forest like 9,000 sharp arrows and disappeared. 2 months later. It was raining heavily. Zhao Xianji was in the city lord's residence. Zhao Xianji looked at the memorials in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly. A group of officials stood in front of him. They were all terrified and uneasy. Reporting. A guard rushed into the main hall. Wuyun City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting. Another guard rushed into the main hall. Tian City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting. Bad news gathered in front of Zhao Xianji at an extremely terrifying speed. Zhao Xianji's face was ashen. Assassinated? Assassinated? The people I transferred from the imperial court were assassinated one after another? Bastard, bastard Yan Chuan. Zhao Xianji slammed the table and roared. Sir, Yan Chuan is despicable and shameless. This is the act of a villain. An official immediately shouted. Zhao Xianji looked at him coldly. This is war. Zhao Xianji was extremely calm. War was unscrupulous. The act of a villain. Why don't you try being a villain? Sir, this is a premeditated assassination. Not only the talents transferred from the imperial court, but even our army is also being assassinated. What should we do now? An official said anxiously. Let the emperor's modified people protect all the generals. Zhao Xianji shouted. Yes. After Zhao Xianji made some arrangements, he walked to the entrance of the main hall alone. He looked at the sky in the heavy rain and the east with a gloomy face. Yan Chuan is so ruthless. Where did you get so many assassins? Taking the head of an army of 10,000? To catch the bandits, first catch the leader. In the outside world, the heavy rain drifted. And in a courtyard in the city, a group of black-robed men gathered again. Remember, the purpose of this trip is to not panic. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Hundreds of black-robed men followed the leader and slowly walked out of the courtyard towards the direction of the city lord's residence. On the street, the people closed their doors. A group of black-robed men walked in the heavy rain to the front of the city lord's residence. Who are you? The guards of the city lord's residence shouted with a gloomy face. Assassins. The leader of the black-robed men said softly. The guards. Wasn't he too direct? Pissed. The group of black-robed men immediately drew their swords. In front of the city lord's residence, sword light soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the guards were killed except for one person. Go and report. The leader of the black-robed men walked towards the city lord's residence and said lightly to the survivor. The survivor's face changed and ran towards the city lord's residence. The assassins are here. The assassins are here. Protect the lord and run. The survivor rushed into the city lord's residence and shouted. Around the city lord's residence, there were many assassins patrolling. When they heard the shout, they were stunned. If there were assassins, then there were assassins. Why did he shout as if bandits were here? Did the assassins come knocking on the door? Was this still an assassin? Was there such an arrogant assassin? Countless guards immediately ran over in an aggressive manner. Kill. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Chapter 1104. The Celestial World, where the World Tree was. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the transcendence of the greater world. Farewell. My Great Qin. Farewell. My Great Qin. Farewell. My Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yan Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yan Chuan's face was covered in tears. In the distance, the two immortals playing chess were confused. That kid is crying. He's acting crazy. What's going on? The two immortals were extremely curious. After enduring for several years, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and flew over. Smack! The two landed in front of Yan Chuan. Kid, what's wrong? The red-robed immortal asked. Yan Chuan suddenly woke up and looked at the two. Kid, why are you crying? The white-robed immortal asked curiously. Yan Chuan wiped his tears and smiled. It's nothing. I just thought of something sad. The two immortals were speechless. Kid, did the world tree say something to you again? The red-robed immortal asked. Yan Chuan immediately understood what the two immortals were thinking. No. Yan Chuan shook his head and refused. No? Then why are you sitting here? You've been sitting here for several years. The white-robed immortal asked. I feel comfortable sitting here. The two immortals. There must be something wrong with this kid's head. The red-robed immortal said. The white-robed immortal nodded. Do the two of you know who Demon King Kong is? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong. The two immortals' expressions changed. Oh. The two of you know. Yan Chuan looked surprised. Kid, how do you know about Demon King Kong? The red-robed immortal asked with a frown. I heard many names in the world tree. This Demon King Kong's name is quite strange, so I asked. Yan Chuan said. The world tree said that. No wonder the world tree had recorded so many things. Kid, you are really lucky to be able to hear the voice of the world tree. The red-clothed immortal sighed. Demon King Kong. He is a descendant of the Kong clan. In the past, the Kong clan was extremely secretive, and very few people knew about them. Only when Demon King Kong appeared did people know about them. Oh. Yan Chuan asked curiously. When Demon King Kong appeared, he single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples. Rumor has it that he was targeted by a Tao god and was killed by that Tao god. Only then did his name disappear. However, Demon King Kong's death implicated the entire Kong family. 10 people from the Kong family fought with the Tao god. I heard that the Tao god returned with heavy injuries. The Kong family's battle shook the world. The red-clothed immortal said. Kong clan. And the powerful Kong family? Yan Chuan frowned. This Kong family is also very strange. After becoming famous, they actually went into seclusion again. No one knows where they are. The red-clothed immortal shook his head and sighed. That Demon King Kong once single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples? Yan Chuan frowned. Yes, many people say that Demon King Kong might be an ancestral immortal. The white-clothed immortal nodded. Another ancestral immortal? Yan Chuan frowned. After dreaming for so many years, Yan Chuan finally understood that the peak of the world's experts was ancestral immortal. Lotus God, Wu Zhao, and Goddess Shi Chen were all ancestral immortals. He did not expect Demon King Kong to be one as well. Kid, what else did you hear? The red-clothed immortal asked. Nothing else, just a series of countless names. Yan Chuan shook his head. The two immortals looked at each other helplessly. After the two immortals left, Yan Chuan leaned against the world tree again and closed his eyes to sense. Bai Yi's righteousness seemed to have elevated Yan Chuan's state of mind. Great Spirit. Now, that was Great Spirit. Vaguely, Yan Chuan had a guess. He was also called Bai Yi in his previous life. The conversation between the two immortals in the world tree also included Bai Yi. Perhaps, he was that Bai Yi. And ultimately, he was himself. After a few years, Yan Chuan entered that state again and heard some voices. No, it was more like he saw some images. In the images, it was himself. In a mortal country, he was the ruler. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at his subjects. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Su Fu, Hu Guang, Bai Tu Shi. They are all my subjects in the images. Is this my previous life? They are by my side. Time passed quickly for mortals. Light and shadows flashed by quickly. One life later. The next life. A martial arts sect in the mortal world. In the sect, Yan Chuan was the sect master. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Bai Tu Shi, and the others. What's going on? They are in both the reincarnations. The third life. The fourth life. Looking at everything in the images, Yan Chuan fell into a deep silence. Some of the faces had been reincarnating with him. When he reincarnated, they reincarnated as well. Occasionally, one or two of them would disappear, but they would appear again in the next life. There had been these people for dozens of lives. Yan Chuan took in a deep breath. World Tree, why is this happening? Is there an image? Tell me. Yan Chuan said softly. Vaguely, Yan Chuan saw the image of an emperor. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the greater world's transcendence. Farewell. My Great Qin. In all directions, the subjects were kneeling. Tears streamed down their faces. No. Heavenly Emperor, what am I going to do if you leave? Heavenly Emperor. Countless subjects knelt down, their cries shaking the heavens. In the images, Bai Tu Shi stood up with a long saber in his hand. Heavenly Emperor, Bai Qi is coming. With my heroic spirit, I am even the Heavenly Emperor's fate. If the Heavenly Emperor dies, I die. If the Heavenly Emperor reincarnates, I will follow you. I will live forever. Bai Tu Shi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed the long saber and slashed it across his own neck. Lord Bai. Boom. He cut himself off with the saber. Blood spurted out, and Bai Qi fell into a pool of blood. He had committed suicide. White light burst out from his body like a curse. The white light suddenly connected to himself. Yan Chuan clenched his fists. He was deeply shocked by this scene. Curse? Is this a curse? You put a curse on yourself? Yan Chuan looked at him in surprise. Before Yan Chuan could recover from his shock, the subjects in the images stood up one after another. Heavenly Emperor, Wang Jian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Su Fu is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Meng Tian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Zhao Gao is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Li Si will follow you forever. Heavenly Emperor, Gue Guzi will follow you forever. Lu Bue, Heavenly Emperor will follow you forever. For a time, countless subjects committed suicide and fell into a pool of blood. They connected their lives to themselves. Countless subjects fell into a pool of blood, and the ground was dyed red. It was a lofty aspiration to die with the Heavenly Emperor. The world darkened, as if mourning for the subjects of this dynasty. The images showed the capital of the dynasty. Countless people committed suicide in the capital. A large number of soldiers followed. They lived and died together. Looking at the images, Yan Chuan was silent for a long time. In an instant, he understood why this group of subjects had been by his side for so many years after he reincarnated. Looking at the images, Yan Chuan's eyes welled up with tears. He was so touched by these subjects that he wanted to take a closer look at them. With all of you accompanying me, I will never be lonely. Yan Chuan said emotionally. The images slowly disappeared, but Yan Chuan was unable to calm down for a long time. Thinking about the tragic scene in the images, Yan Chuan was deeply shocked. In this life, I will not let this scene repeat itself. In this life, I have returned. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Great Qin. Great Qin. No wonder I always felt a sense of familiarity with Qin. Even my title is Supreme Qin. Qin is the pinnacle. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. World Tree, Mortal, Upper Void Stage 12. How do I break through again? Where is the pinnacle of mortals? Yan Chuan asked with a trace of anticipation. However, this time, the World Tree did not respond. Instead, a green energy slowly surged out of the World Tree and entered Yan Chuan's body. Last time, Yan Chuan had obtained the green energy and completed the universe in his palm. Now, it was happening again. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. This green energy directly acted on his soul. Instantly, Yan Chuan's soul seemed to have undergone a sublimation and was suffused with a faint green color. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. He sat there for another year. Spring passed and autumn came. Yan Chuan's eyelids moved slightly. I understand now. The 12th mortal level is already the pinnacle. If I want to break through again, the heavenly tribulation will definitely come. If I want to break through again while I am immortal, I need to use a precious treasure to conceal the heavens and prevent the heavenly tribulation from coming. Only then can I continue to break through as immortal. Jin Dayu's ancestor was born in the sun and used the sun to conceal the heavens for 1,000,000 years. Yan Chuan sighed emotionally. The green energy you gave me this time is to help me conceal the heavens? I understand now. Thank you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan once again fell into a deep sleep. Yan Chuan finally found a way to break through again. He sank into cultivation. Sealed Realm. Central Divine Continent. Zhao Xianji was escorted by a group of expressionless experts as he flew into the distance. While flying far away, Zhao Xianji turned his head to look at the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion and the 10 floating islands inside were filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were corpses everywhere. At the peak of the City Lord's mansion stood a black-robed man. Below him stood several hundred black-robed men holding blood-stained swords and standing on the corpses. The group of black-robed men watched him leave. Assassin? Is this an assassin? Is there an assassin more tyrannical than this in the world? Zhao Xianji revealed a trace of bitterness. The whole family was slaughtered. This time, Heaven Mending Pavilion had indeed raised the assassin's level to a new level. They watched as Zhao Xianji was taken away by a group of modified humans. The leader of the black-robed men said in a deep voice, "Mission completed. Return." Yes. Several hundred black-robed men replied. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of black-robed men shot into the rain like arrows and disappeared. At this moment, some citizens in the city opened their doors and looked at the City Lord's mansion in fear. Each and every one of them were indescribably shocked. Such an assassin would definitely be remembered by the citizens of the city for life. Chapter 1105. The strategists and generals were constantly being assassinated. The great Buddha Empire's army was already panicking. Although Zhao Xianji had sent some experts modified by the emperor to protect them, the generals were still unsettled. Now that Zhao Xianji was being assassinated, the great Buddha Empire's army fell into panic again. Even though all the generals were surrounded by an iron bucket, they could not help but panic. If the general could not stop the assassination, how could they? Feelings of panic instantly spread through the great Buddha dynasty's army. They panicked, and their hearts were not strong enough. The great Jin army took advantage of this. Kill! 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 The great Jin army was unstoppable as they sent out their troops frantically. For a time, the war was one-sided, and the great Buddha Empire's army was losing ground. Zhao Xianji escaped to a safe place. The original messenger system was destroyed by the assassins, and it took him a lot of effort to rebuild it. When he heard the news, Zhao Xianji's face turned ashen. In just 10 days, he had lost 1/3 of what he had seized from the Central Divine Continent. Bastard! Zhao Xianji said in Jiaohu. Zhao Xianji was in Jiaohu. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha city also received the news. The providence above the Sea of Providence clouds in the 10,000 Buddha city had been increasing for a while, but now, it had decreased. Has the front line lost? Feng Shao frowned. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. The emperor and his officials waited patiently, and finally, the news came. Boom! Kong Mok slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials immediately bowed. Zhao Xianji. He knew that there was an assassination, but he did not take precautions. Instead, he was attacked by a group of assassins. Kong Mok said with an ugly expression. The officials did not dare to speak. Your Majesty, perhaps Lord Xiao has his reasons. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok frowned and looked at Feng Xiao. As soon as the assassination happened, most of the experts transformed by the emperor were sent to various strategists. As for Lord Xiao, there were only a limited number of experts. That was why the enemy was able to take advantage of them. Feng Xiao said. Feng Xiao, don't explain for Lord Xiao Xianji. Lord Xiao is useless, and that's why we are defeated. Kong Mok Feng Xiao. Yes. Feng Xiao returned to his office. What else did Xiao Xianji say? Kong Mok looked at the other official in the hall. Your Majesty, Lord Xiao said that a large number of our mid-level talents have been assassinated. He wants Your Majesty to send another group of outstanding people to the front lines. The official said. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Feng Xiao suddenly spoke. Kong Mok looked over. Last time, we have already sent a large number of courageous and resourceful officials. Loyal officials are not easy, but courageous and resourceful ones are even more difficult. Last time, this subject has already plundered nearly all of the remaining courageous and resourceful officials. If we send more to the front lines, we will have to send more from the major cities. This will overdraft the middle level of our West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao declared. I think Lord Feng's words make sense. Your Majesty, please reconsider. A group of officials echoed Feng Xiao's words. The other side said anxiously, Your Majesty, the middle forces are the foundation of war. The front lines are fighting and there are only small soldiers and marshals. They can't be commanded well. Your Majesty, we took down Central Divine Continent with much difficulty, we can't give it up. Your Majesty, Lord Xiao has already learned his lesson. This won't happen again. In the court debate, the two sides clashed. Kong Mok's face darkened. After thinking for a while, Kong Mok said in a low voice, Feng Xiao, select another 5,000 people and send them to the front lines. Ah! Your Majesty, that's my West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao said anxiously. Kong Mok shook his head. Do as I say. Yes. Feng Xiao sighed softly. A large number of courageous and resourceful experts who were loyal to the great Buddhas were quickly sent to the front lines. However, no matter how many great Buddhas there were, could there be more than Great Zhen? In terms of the world's territory, Great Zhen had the resources of 2 divine continents more than the great Buddhas. Moreover, after the world examination, countless knowledgeable people had rushed to Great Zhen. The war continued. Above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the Sea of Providence clouds dissipated a little every day. Kong Mok clenched his fists, his face darkening. The Central Divine Continent was embroiled in endless battles. This battle lasted for 10 years. Great Zhen's army was as ferocious as tigers and wolves. Under the assault of assassins, schemers, and fierce generals. 10 years later, the great Buddha Empire's army was chased back to West Divine Continent. Great Zhen had seized Central Divine Continent. The Eastern expedition had failed completely. In the 10,000 Buddhas hall, Xiao Xianji knelt in the hall. The officials stood on both sides. Kong Mok sat on the dragon throne, his face dark. You still have the face to come back? Kong Mok said coldly. Your Majesty, please punish me. This official is no match for Great Zhen. Xiao Xianji said bitterly. Kong Mok slapped the dragon throne. He glared at Xiao Xianji. Your expedition to the east caused me to lose 100 million soldiers. That's one thing, but the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's mid-level reserves were all used up by you. You even mobilized a large number of mid-level officials from the West Divine Continent, causing the West Divine Continent situation to become unstable. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. This official has sinned. Xiao Xianji said bitterly. Trash. Kong Mok said coldly. Kong Mok's cold shout immediately caused many of the officials in the hall to look at him in surprise. Zhao Xianji. In the great Buddha Empire, he used to be second only to one person. Even the great Buddha Empire's promotion was due to Zhao Xianji's betrayal of the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. He should have been the most trusted person of the emperor. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he should have worked hard. What he got in return was the word trash from the emperor. Many officials felt a chill in their hearts. If he treated Zhao Xianji like this, then what about them? Zhao Xianji's face showed a trace of sadness. Kong Mok looked at Zhao Xianji and took a deep breath. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by more disgust. Your Majesty, West Divine Continent lacks mid-level officials. Do you have any good ideas? Feng Shao stepped forward and asked. Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao and said, I have already reported this to the Kong clan's old ancestor. The Kong Lu Academy has stepped forward and invited all the capable Kong clan disciples to enter my dynasty and serve in the various cities. Your Majesty is wise. The officials immediately bowed. But it's still lacking. Kong Mok frowned. Feng Shao suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, do you still remember Lu Xian Pavilion? Oh. Kong Mok said with a frown. More than 100 years ago, my great Buddha imperial exam was held, but there were many talents who did not pass. After failing the exam, they prepared to leave. I suggested to His Majesty to build a pavilion to retain these talents who failed the exam, so that they could study each other's knowledge so that they could take the exam next time. Kong Mok immediately had an impression of Feng Shao's words. Back then, the cost wasn't high, so Kong Mok agreed. Lu Xian Pavilion. Right. Kong Mok said expectantly. Your Majesty, this subject is in charge of Lu Xian Pavilion. There are countless talents in there. They are still lacking in intelligence, but they can easily become mid-level officials. Moreover, their hearts are loyal to the great Buddha. Feng Shao explained. The eyes of all the officials lit up at Feng Shao's words. Kong Mok's eyes also lit up. Since they are so capable, why do they fail the exam? Kong Mok asked. Feng Shao looked at Zhao Xianji and smiled bitterly. Kong Mok immediately understood. Zhao Xianji must have looked down on those people and allowed them to fail the exam. He hated Zhao Xianji even more. Feng Shao, you have done well. You will be in Lu Xian Pavilion. Quickly select the useful people and fill the vacancies in the various cities and armies of the West Divine Continent. Kong Mok said. This subject obeys. Feng Shao replied. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The internal crisis of the West Divine Continent had been resolved. The officials all bowed. The internal crisis had been resolved, but the external crisis was extremely severe. The Great Jin Celestial Empire. The Great Jin Celestial Empire had the military strength of the 4 divine continents. Kong family, Demon King Kong's Valley. Kong Daoqiu stood outside the valley with 4 immortals. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Old ancestor, all the disciples of the Kong family have been sent, but the destruction of the Kong family is close at hand. Old ancestor. The 4 immortals were anxious. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu, go back. I understand. Old ancestor. Kong Daoqiu tried again. I want you to go back. The Kong family will not be destroyed. Besides the Kong family here, the Kong family has many more powerful disciples in the immortal world. The old ancestor said lightly. Kong Daoqiu and the other 4 immortals broke out in cold sweat after the grand ancestor finished speaking. Demon King Kong's meaning could not be clearer. He did not care much about the lives of the Kong family disciples. Yes, old ancestor. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and bowed slightly. He brought the 4 shocked immortals back to Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study, the 5 immortals had ugly expressions. Family head. They looked at Kong Daochio. At this moment, the 4 immortals looked at Kong Daochio with resolute eyes. Demon King Kong did not care about the lives of the Kong family disciples, but this group of immortals was different. Many of the Kong family disciples were his own descendants. For the sake of Kong Mok's great cause, he did not care about the lives of his own descendants. They could not do that. Everyone. Kong Daochio said gravely. Family head, we will listen to you. You are our family head. An immortal said solemnly. The other 3 immortals nodded. Kong Daochio smiled and nodded. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yanjing. In front of the Skyward Palace. Yi Feng had received all the battle reports from the west. With Yi Feng as the leader, the officials looked at Yi Feng with excitement in their eyes. Order the 4 great marshals to attack the West Divine Continent. Yi Feng said solemnly. Attack the West Divine Continent. Countless officials immediately shouted excitedly. Several upper void realm experts turned into streaks of light and flew to the west. With the power of the 4 divine continents, the great Jin army swept over. Chapter 1106. The Immortal World. At the Tree of World. Buzz. Yan Chuan's body suddenly emitted a bright green light. In the distance, 2 immortals were playing chess. They were distracted. That kid broke through. I can't tell. The 2 immortals were so conflicted that they didn't even realize that they had made the wrong moves. Yan Chuan was in a trance. He didn't know how much time had passed. He slowly opened his eyes. He was still leaning against the tree, looking at the distant sky. I've finally broken through. Perhaps this is called the 13th level of the upper void stage. He finally made a breakthrough with the help of the Tree of World. But Yan Chuan frowned deeply. The World Tree helped me hide the heavens so that I could break through. However, the heavens are already dead, so is there still a heavens? Yan Chuan fell into deep thought. The heavens were dead, and the heavenly Tao had collapsed. Fate should have lost its effectiveness. However, when Yan Chuan made a breakthrough in his life providence, he vaguely sensed a barrier. If not for the World Tree's concealment, it would have been very difficult for him to break through. Perhaps there are still too many things in this world that I don't know. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, Yan Chuan once again sank into cultivation. Sealed World. West Divine Continent. The war between the 2 dynasties became more and more intense. The Great Jin dynasty used the power of the 4 divine continents to pressure the border. Only the 4 marshals were peerless. Time and time again, he used troops to the utmost perfection. The army was constantly encroaching on the great Buddha's territory. In the pantheon of Buddhas. Kong Mok kept listening to the battle reports coming in from all directions. His expression was extremely ugly. Your Majesty. Feng Shao suddenly stepped forward. I feel that the Kong family disciples might not be able to withstand the great Jin army, said Feng Shao. Oh? Kong Mok asked curiously. In the end, the Kong clan is not a subject of the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. Feng Shao frowned. Ha ha ha, Lord Feng, are you trying to sow discord between His Majesty and the Kong family at this crucial moment? Zhao Xianji said coldly. Zhao Xianji had long been unhappy with Feng Shao. At this moment, everyone was united. Feng Shao wanted to stir up internal strife. With his suspicions of Feng Shao, Zhao Xianji did not think much about it and directly stood opposite of Feng Shao. Kong Mok frowned slightly. Your Majesty, Lord Feng's worries are unnecessary. How could the Kong family turn on us at this time? Yan Chuan and Kong Daochio are like fire and water. Furthermore, in the Kong family, it's not Kong Daoqiu who has the final say. It's the Kong family's old ancestor. Even the old ancestor supports His Majesty. What's there to worry about? Kong Mok nodded. Indeed, all these years, even Kong Daoqiu's every move had been monitored by him. How could he possibly betray him? Feng Shao, you worry too much. Kong Mok said. Feng Shao sighed slightly and left the court with a bitter smile. At this time, everyone thought that Feng Shao had misspoken. However, no one noticed that Feng Shao's fists were clenched and trembling slightly. He wasn't disappointed, but rather excited. At this time, Feng Shao dug another hole. The battle continued. 3 years later. The great Buddha Celestial Empire had lost a large number of generals, and they were all Zhao Xianji's trusted aides. As for De Zhen, the results were mediocre. It was a war where both sides suffered losses. On this day, Kong Mok was cultivating in seclusion. Lotus Goddess, how much longer do I need? Kong Mok asked. Soon, soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came faintly. At this time. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The great Buddha dynasty's Sea of Providence suddenly disappeared by a third. The Providence suddenly disappeared toward the east. What's going on? Kong Mok was the first to sense it, and his expression changed drastically. It was fine when the two armies were in a stalemate, but why did it suddenly become like this? Bang! Kong Mok pushed open the door and immediately rushed toward the pantheon of Buddhas. The officials in the pantheon of Buddhas also rushed over. Your Majesty, this is bad. The Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, and all the Kong family members have defected to De Zhen. Zhao Xianji exclaimed. Impossible. Kong Mok exclaimed. It's true. I deserve to die. Zhao Xianji knelt in front of Kong Mok with a sorrowful expression. How could this be? Kong Mok frowned. Who would have thought that Kong Daoqiu had colluded with the great Jin celestial dynasty long ago? Right now, the 1,000 cities in the north of the West Divine Continent belong to the great Jin celestial dynasty, and the Kong family fled to the east after the handover. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Zhao Xianji cried out bitterly. At this time, the officials were terrified. 1/3 of their territory was suddenly gone just like that. The pressure brought by De Zhen immediately caused many officials to be unable to breathe. Suddenly, some of the officials looked at Feng Shao. This was because Feng Shao had once said that the Kong family would rebel, but Zhao Xianji had opposed it. Kong Mok also remembered this. He looked at Feng Shao, and his expression changed. Kong Daoqiu has interacted with De Zhen's people. Kong Mok asked in a low voice. No, definitely not. Kong Daoqiu's maids and attendants are all our people. He has never done so. Zhao Xianji shook his head. Never. Kong Daoqiu would gamble with his entire family. Without Yan Chuan's personal reply, Kong Daoqiu would put his entire family in danger. Kong Mok glared. Your Majesty, he really didn't. We have been monitoring Kong Daoqiu. Zhao Xianji cried out. Boom! Kong Mok kicked Zhao Xianji aside, a murderous look in his eyes. Your Majesty, the Kong family has already rebelled. Your Majesty, please make early plans. Feng Shao said. Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao and sighed. I regret not listening to my beloved subject. Feng Shao smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, this subject's words carry little weight. Naturally, some advice would not be taken seriously by Your Majesty. As soon as Feng Shao spoke, one of the officials behind him stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. In the past, when the great Immortal attacked, it was Lord Feng who advised Your Majesty to resolve the matter with ease. Later on, during the Eastern expedition, Lord Feng repeatedly advised Your Majesty to prioritize the country and not send any mid-level officials or generals to the Eastern expedition. However, there were some scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and bewitched Your Majesty. If not for that, the Kong family would not have acted, and we would not have lost a third of the West Divine Continent. The official said. That's right, Your Majesty. Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. 3 years ago, Lord Feng guessed that there would be a problem with the Kong family and advised Your Majesty to take it seriously. If Your Majesty took it seriously, would there be today's disaster? Unfortunately, there were scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and covered Your Majesty's ears. Lord Feng's advice could not be heard, which led to this disaster. Your Majesty, scoundrels have caused chaos in the country, another official said. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. If not for Lord Feng building the Lu Xian Pavilion, our great Buddha Heavenly Empire would have suffered more losses. Another official said. Adding insult to injury. In an instant, all the spearheads were pointed at Zhao Xianji. Kong Mok should have been the one at fault, but the officials pushed the blame to Zhao Xianji. This way, Kong Mok would feel less guilty. He immediately looked at Zhao Xianji. He hated Zhao Xianji to begin with. If not for his contributions to the great Buddha Heavenly Empire in the past, Kong Mok would not have wanted to see him. Now that the crime of causing chaos in the country was pushed onto Zhao Xianji, Kong Mok hated him even more. Your Majesty, Feng Shao is the scoundrel. Zhao Xianji shouted. How dare you? Kong Mok glared at him. An imposing aura spread out. Men, throw this scoundrel into the imperial prison. Kong Mok shouted. Yes. 2 androids entered the main hall. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Zhao Xianji cried out as he was taken away. Minister Feng, I have misunderstood you all these years. Kong Mok said. It is my duty to share Your Majesty's burden. Feng Shao said. Then what do you think we should do now? Kong Mok asked. Taking back the thousands of cities that we have lost is secondary. First, we have to stabilize the hearts of the people, the army, and the country. Only then can the country resist foreign enemies and even take back everything. Feng Shao said solemnly. That's right. Kong Mok nodded. Lord Zhao has been in the court for hundreds of years. He has extremely high prestige in the political and military circles. Lord Zhao's trusted aides are in many important positions on the front line. I am worried that if Lord Zhao is sent to the imperial prison, the frontline soldiers will resist and even betray the country. Feng Shao said. Kong Mok's eyes widened. We should replace these people first. Let the great Buddha Heavenly Empire be protected as soon as possible. Feng Shao said. Kong Mok was also worried. He nodded and said, all right, from today onwards, Feng Shao will be conferred the title of first-class Great River Duke. He will be in charge of the border defense. All officials, listen to the transfer order. We obey. The officials bowed. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Feng Shao replied. Kong Mok nodded. After the court session, Feng Shao began to transfer the officials. He kept changing the generals to different positions. Just like that. Half a year later. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Under Lord Feng's command, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is basically stable. After half a year, we only lost 1 city. The officials congratulated. Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao and nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Feng Shao more and more. Feng Shao was also getting more and more used to doing things. He ignored Feng Shao's work. Kong Mok went to the valley where Demon King Kong was. Ancestor, I implore you to uphold justice. Kong Mok bowed and said. Kong Mok. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Old ancestor, I have waited for half a year. You have finally replied. Old ancestor, the Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu has betrayed us. His entire family has defected to the Great Jin Kingdom and joined Yan Chuan. They have even destroyed 1/3 of our territory. Kong Mok said bitterly. What? Demon King Kong's voice was shocked. Old ancestor, because of Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Please help me destroy Yan Chuan. Kong Mok shouted. There was silence in the valley. Clearly, he was unhappy with Kong Mok's incompetence. Old ancestor, please kill Yan Chuan. The great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Kong Mok pleaded again. There was another period of silence. After a while, Demon King Kong's voice came. I understand. Yan Chuan. Demon King Kong replied. Thank you, old ancestor. Demon King Kong said. Whoosh. A white light shot into the sky and shot toward the east. Demon King Kong was heading toward Yanjin. Standing at the entrance of the valley and watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mo Ku coldly smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. Now that Yan Chuan is dead, you old man will definitely suffer even more injuries. The Lotus Goddess said that I will be able to break through soon. When you return, it will be the time of your death. The entire world is mine now. Ha 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 ha. Kong Mok laughed. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.